Good evening and welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Princeton Planning Board on Thursday, July 11th, 2024. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place of this meeting has been given by prominently posting the resolution of regularly scheduled meetings of the Planning Board of Princeton for February 2024 through January 2025. A copy was filed with the Clerk of Princeton on January 8th, 2024. Legal notice on the adoption of said resolution was published in the January 12th, 2024 edition of the Princeton Packet. Notice of this meeting also has been posted to the municipal website, princetonnj.gov/calendar. Notice that all regular and special meetings of the Princeton Planning Board will be held electronically via Zoom, was transmitted to the Princeton Packet and the Times, and was filed with the Clerk of Princeton on Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. During hearings on applications for development, members of the public will have an opportunity to comment and ask questions. Questions may be asked after an applicant's witnesses have testified. Public comment is heard by the board after an applicant's representatives have finished their presentations and have been questioned by board members and staff. Those wishing to comment orally when the time comes should virtually raise your hand by clicking on the reactions button or the raise hand icon at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or if participating by phone, by pressing *9. Oral comments will be taken in the order in which hands were raised. We ask with respect that members of the public express your views in 3 minutes or less. A countdown clock will be used to help speakers keep track of time, and speakers who exceed 3 minutes will be interrupted. Inappropriate public comment containing obscenity, hate speech, or relating to matters not before the board will be muted. Carrie, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Bodenheimer.
Here.
Ms. Capizzoli.
Here.
Mr. Cohen.
Here.
Mr. McGowan.
Here.
Ms. Nuka.
Here.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Here.
Ms. Perlmutter.
Here.
Ms. Sachs.
Here.
Mr. Taylor. Ms. Wilson Anderson.
Here.
Mrs. Wilson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Announcements. Justin?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board and members of the public. Just a quick announcement that the planning department has a job posting out right now for an administrative assistant position to work with us, including the Office of Historic Preservation. That position can be found at princetonnj.gov and is open until next Thursday if you know anyone that's interested in all this.
All right. Thank you for that. I guess I'll announce now that our first application tonight I am conflicted on. I know I could announce that when the time comes, but just so everybody knows, Mr. Vaselli is a neighbor of mine, and the property in question is not within 200 feet of my house, but he lives within 200 feet of my house. So I'm going to recuse myself when the time comes and move to the other room, and Mr. O'Donnell will take the gavel at that time. Are there other announcements from staff or from board members? Okay. Let's move on to subcommittee reports. I understand the master plan subcommittee met?
Yes,
Kelvin?
we did. Yes, we met on July 3rd. The master plan subcommittee consisting of myself, Jack Taylor, Council President Sachs, and Julie Capizzoli. And it was our first meeting of this year. So it was really a ground setting meeting in many ways, where we talked about making sure that the subcommittee has as part of a continual planning process within, not leaving everything to the last minute. We're going to try to keep things flowing, and also come up with various tracking measurements for projects that are outlined in the master plan, and make sure that we report back to the board on those on a regular basis. We will be having a second meeting in September in order to start that process to determine what that process is going to look like.
Okay, great. Look forward to future updates.
Yep.
I think that's it for committee reports unless, oh, I'm not seeing any others. Let's move to applications then, and I'll ask Ms. Phillip to move me into the observers room and pass the gavel to Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you.
If I may, notice is proper. Proof of publication and service are in order, and the board has jurisdiction.
Great. Thank you very much, Jerry.
Yep.
This is an application of Anthony J. Vaselli. It's a classification for minor site development with variance at 299 Witherspoon Street. That's block 7202, lot 4, file number P2323-435PM. Justin, would you care to be sworn in and give your statement?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
So sworn or affirmed.
Thank you. I would like to start off by sharing my screen to show, as I just about always do, publicly available aerial imagery from Rowan University's NJ Parcel Explorer. The subject parcel at 299 Witherspoon is in the blue, as you see here, fronting Witherspoon Street. There's currently a 2-story building on the site, which includes a medical office on the first floor and a 1-bedroom apartment above. There's a large multi-stem magnolia tree in a small lawn area on the front. And that tree covers essentially the whole lawn area, the branches, and even part of the neighbor's driveway and into the existing building, literally. A parking lot with 10 spaces is in the rear of the site. And the rear is nearly entirely covered in asphalt. Across the street, as you see here, is Community Park School. To the rear are residential properties fronting Carnahan Place. Directly adjacent to the south of the subject property is a 1920s built duplex that was renovated and reconfigured in the 2010s. I should mention that this is all a summary of my memo. Adjacent to the north of the subject property is a mixed-use building that was approved by the board in 2017 to include 400 square feet of office space, 3 2-bedroom apartments, and 8 parking spaces. To the north of that building is a flower shop with offices above that was also approved by the board in 2018, and I believe it was granted a parking variance at that time. Other properties on this block include religious institutions, a fitness studio, single-family homes, and multifamily homes, including ones with residential units in rear buildings. So this eclectic mix of properties, including the subject property, are in the B1 business district of the former township. And I just want to get into some of the intricacies of the B1 zone that may come up. First is that a mixed-use building is allowed, one of the few zones in the former township that allows either apartments or mixed-use buildings, but the zoning calls them a joint occupancy building. That use is it's allowed in a pretty convoluted way. The use is an exemption to a prohibited use, so kind of like a double negative there. And that's allowed as long as the non-residential use is on the ground floor and has a different entrance than the residential one. And secondly, the minimum parking space requirement in the B1 zone is also written in a pretty convoluted way that I won't get into, and I won't confuse us all. But essentially, it means 1.5 parking spaces are required for a studio or 1-bedroom apartment, and 1 parking space is required for every 200 square feet of floor area for an office or professional service use. If you want to find out more about how it's written crazy, feel free to read my memo. Moving on to the site plan proposal before you, it is to add on to the existing joint occupancy building to create an office space on the first floor, or professional services space, and a one-bedroom apartment on the second floor, which is similar to the current setup, but it would be slightly larger in size with an addition around the existing building. Some portions of the rear of the existing building would be removed, and a canopy over 7 parking spaces would be built that reaches to a newly built addition in the rear, which would include 2 one-bedroom apartments, each within 2 stories and a basement. The 7 parking spaces proposed would include an ADA accessible space and an electric vehicle space. Variance is being requested to allow for 1 required parking space that is not being provided. Existing fences on the property lines would remain, and proposed landscaping includes evergreen and deciduous shrubs and new ground cover, as the amount of impervious surface in the proposal would actually be reduced from the existing by about 83 square feet on the site. No trees are proposed to be removed, though there are questions about the existing ones, as stated in the engineering and zoning report that I will get into in a second. The subject parcel is not in any local, state, or national historic districts, and the application was classified as minor by the Minor Site Plan Committee. The site's well served by public transit through NJ Transit's 605 bus line on Witherspoon Street, as well as the free Munibus. This is also a very walkable and bikeable site to jobs and services. Moving into staff comments, this is an infill opportunity utilizing the existing zoning to add 2 small apartments and retain a small apartment and that office or personal service use on Witherspoon Street. It's a place where you frankly do not need a car to survive, so the variance for a single parking space is reasonable. Additionally, the property would be regreened with impervious surface reduced. So my concerns are really just in regards to the magnolia tree in the front and a tree in the rear. The trees on Witherspoon Street have dwindled in recent years, most notably from PSE&G cutting them this year and in other recent years. The applicant should describe how the magnolia in the front yard would essentially work with the new building, both during and after construction, particularly since the design shows large windows in the front. And like I said earlier, the tree grows not just into, but also over the existing building, which is 5 feet back today from where the proposal would push it forward. Additionally, the engineering and zoning report mentions a maple tree in the rear that will be impacted and recommended to be removed, which would require 2 replacement trees. I'm not sure where those could go with the current design. Hopefully the applicant could get into that. They should address these concerns, and the board may want to condition any motion of approval on the applicant meeting with the municipal arborist and or the municipal landscape architect on site to make sure that the magnolia survives and appropriate replacement trees are chosen if needed and located correctly within the design. So that's all for my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you have now or after the applicant's presentation, and Mr. Weissman and Mr. Bridger are here with their report as well.
And let's mark that aerial as PB1.
Got it.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for Justin? Not seeing any. Dan or Derek, do you have anything to add at this point?
If both of you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you both in. Do you swear or affirm this, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Okay. Nothing to add at this point?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Allen, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Allen. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Anthony Vaselli. As Mr. Lesko said, we're applying for a minor site plan for some improvements at 299 Witherspoon Street. And the property being in a B1 zoning district is mixed business and residential use. Dr. Vaselli lives on Lytle Street, walks to work at the property, and has operated his medical practice there for the past 30 years. On the second floor, there's a 1-bedroom residential apartment. I won't go through all of the things Mr. Lesko said, but I'll hit a couple of them. There will be some improvements to the existing house, as well as the construction of a 2-story addition in the rear of the lot with 2 1-bedroom apartments. And both of those will have fenced backyards with privacy and greenery. The new apartments will be connected to the existing house with a carport, which may in the future include solar panels, cost permitting. The rear of the property is mostly asphalt now, and the plan proposes to reduce impervious coverage substantially as part of the project. We are asking for the variance under Ordinance T10B 282. The ordinance requires 8 spaces, but the plan includes only 7. As Mr. Lesko pointed out, the board approved a variance in 2018, 2 doors to the north at 305 Witherspoon, and that variance allowed 1 fewer space than required. There's ample parking on the street and in several lots within a block or so of the subject property. As a mixed-use property, it's expected parking will be staggered with residential and commercial use in the daytime. The property is well within walking distance of the town and campus, and there's bus stops on the block, New Jersey Transit, and the free Muni bus. The property shares a driveway to the south with the neighbor, and we intend to enter into a cross-access easement with the owner, and we'll coordinate with her during construction. There was a comment in the engineering and zoning report about pedestrian access to apartments in the rear. We've discussed that a walkway can be added to the side of the house to allow pedestrian access from the front to the back. The architect and the engineer will get more into that. We'll present testimony tonight from our engineer, Jim Kamalik, and our architect, Fred Schmidt. I believe Dr. Vasselli is also here, but we don't expect him to testify unless any questions arise that only he can answer. We have 15 or 16 pages of slides, and I'd like to mark the exhibit as A1.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. And now I'd like to call Jim Kamalik, our engineer, and qualify him as our first witness.
Let me swear in all of your witnesses at this point, or at least your engineer and architect, if they both could raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm testimony about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Kamalik, can you tell us about your education and background as an engineer?
Yes, I have a bachelor's of science degree in the field of civil and environmental engineering from Rutgers University. I've been practicing civil engineering and site planning for approximately in excess of 24 years. I've been qualified many times before this board as a professional engineer. I have a license in the state of New Jersey as a professional engineer, as well as professional planner in the state of New Jersey. And I will be providing some supplemental testimony relative to the single parking stall relief that's being requested tonight.
Okay, thank you. We accept your qualifications.
Thank you.
Do you want to pull up Exhibit A1 and go through the engineer?
Sure, let me try to share this PowerPoint here. Share screen. Just let me know when you guys can see that. It's a little slow.
Not yet. Okay, we're still not.
Anything?
No, we're still
No.
not seeing. We see that you started screen sharing.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. But
All
we're
right,
not
let me,
Our screen says that you have started also, so it's.
And then my machine says your screen share is loading.
Okay.
Jim, if it's the same PowerPoint that you submitted to our office, I have it on my screen if need be.
Okay, there's the site plan. I did add some color too, so it'll be a little easier to see. If this comes up, that would be best, but if not, oh, here we go. Can you guys see
There we
that
go.
now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, okay. Just hit from the beginning. Okay, good evening, everyone. 299 Witherspoon Street. As you can see here in the lower right-hand corner of your screen on slide 1, you can see a picture of the existing mixed-use building with the commercial use on the first floor and a residential apartment on the second floor. Here on slide 2, we have an aerial map similar to Mr. Lesko's aerial map that was presented previously. And what I'd like to just point out is in the red box, we have the subject property here, 299 Witherspoon Street. Directly to the north, we have 303 Witherspoon Street with a very similar layout in terms of entry onto the property with a driveway at the right, into a parking lot at the rear of the property, and then additionally, the next consecutive lot just opposite of the school driveway. You can see a similar orientation of the building at the front and extensive asphalt pavement at the rear for supplemental parking for that use. And again, here's the property that's highlighted in this key map, which just shows an absence of sensitive environmental features relative to wetlands, streams, floodplains, etc. from the state GIS mapping. Here on slide 4, we've highlighted the tax map and the subject property that's approximately 50 feet wide and 170 feet deep. Again, consistent with the other lots here in this immediate area and also consistent with the general uses, layout, parking, driveway entry, etc. Specifically on lots 5 and 6, as I previously mentioned. Let's see. The zoning map here, which is slide 5, just highlights the limits of the B1 district and the site as located in that B1 zone that does permit, as Mr. Lesko indicated, residential use. Slide 6 is a picture here of the existing survey, which highlights the limits of the existing building and the extensive parking lot, which extends all the way back to the rear fence in close proximity to the rear property line. Basically, this proposal includes maintaining this overall configuration, but extending a building addition canopy over the parking lot that exists here, as you see on the existing survey on top of the page, to a new addition at the rear over the existing pavement that's currently in place. And we'll see that more clearly here on our site plan. So we can see that the property has this existing driveway, which is approximately currently located 9 feet onto the applicant's property, and then extends in the existing condition in a shared driveway arrangement approximately 5 feet in the lower left-hand portion of the lot. I'm going to just highlight my laser pointer. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, so as I'm talking over here, you can see that this access exists and it will be maintained, as well as the pavement that exists on the neighbor's adjacent property line here, that will remain. And the driveway is proposed to be extended, to be maintained as extending to the rear with the maintenance of parking in this existing central portion, this lighter purple area that I've highlighted, over which there will be a structural canopy with the future intention of providing capacity for solar panels on that canopy, and provide for covered parking. The parking area does provide for a 24-foot wide drive aisle as you progress to the rear. And as you can see here, the proposed building with a footprint of approximately 990 square feet. It doesn't ring again. With the two main entries here at the front for apartment number 1, and then a second entry for apartment number 2 located at the end of the driveway. And then as our architect will further discuss relative to the building and to the landscape areas, we have an open green space that'll be maintained at the rear with an exit door from each of the units to the rear green space. In terms of the existing building, it will be rehabilitated, as well as a very small perimeter addition will be added. Basically, the existing canopy over the front porch and the front limit of that will be maintained, and that'll be expanded slightly in this lighter brown area that I'm highlighting here around the existing building, which would be maintained in this yellow color here. And then we would have two entries, one for the existing apartment that would be renovated on the second floor, apartment 3 entry, and then another accessible entry to the commercial space from the rear. As we've highlighted here, we have a loading area and handicap stall, as well as additional parking spaces totaling 7 proposed parking spaces, 9 feet wide by 18 feet deep, with parking stops. And we've provided an area for recycling and waste containers that will be enclosed behind the building at the rear. And we've provided for bicycle parking as well. There was a comment in one of the review letters about maintaining a 2-foot proximity from the building, and we are proposing to reorient that 90 degrees, and the architect can speak to that, but we will agree to a condition if this was approved to provide for compliance for the reorientation of the bicycles there in that area. Just seeing if there's, in terms of utilities, we have existing utilities that serve the existing building. Based on the architect's review, we do anticipate that the existing water line in this vicinity here, that's in general proximity to this dogwood tree at the front that Mr. Lesko spoke to, that should remain in place. We believe that capacity is sufficient for service to this building. And then I would just note that in order to minimize disturbance in and around the dogwood tree, our position would be to relocate these proposed electric and gas services or expanded services elsewhere on the building so as to minimize disturbance to the area around that tree. So that's something we can address during the compliance phase with finding another location elsewhere on the building that's suitable so that we can maximize the protection and maintenance of that tree. Currently, there's a sidewalk that goes into the central opening front door of the existing building. That will be removed here in the middle and relocated to provide pedestrian access to the main entrance to the commercial area, which now is located in this front right corner as you're looking at the building. We are including an EV charging station to provide for electric vehicle charging. And then we also have indicated on our plan maintenance of privacy fence around the perimeter, just noting that there's an existing privacy fence separating 303 and 299 here that would be maintained, which is relatively new based on recent construction. So I'll go to the next slide here, which is a review of our zoning compliance and requirements. Here we have our zoning table in the B1 district, and as you can see, it complies sufficiently with lot area, frontage, depth, height, FAR, as well as all of the required building setbacks. And parking setback from the front as the parking is located at the rear. As Mr. Lesko previously noted, in terms of impervious coverage, there's a net reduction of impervious coverage on the site of 83 square feet as indicated here on the plan. The net difference between the existing and the proposed. And then additionally, we've mentioned that we have provided calculations of required bicycle parking, and we meet the requirements of the total required 3 minimum bicycle parking spaces, and we would comply with that comment in the professional's memo. And then additionally, relative to parking on the site, as I mentioned, we have a total of 7 parking stalls that we are proposing, where we had calculated 8 as a requirement. And at the end of the day, what I understand that we're looking at in discussing with staff here is that we are providing an EV parking stall, but a variance is still required for providing 1 less parking stall than the ordinance requires. For these 2 particular uses, one of which we have a commercial use associated with the front building, which would have a higher parking demand during the working hours of the day. And then we have a reverse parking demand, time demand, more geared towards the evening hours associated with the residential use at the rear. So it's at least our position based on this minimum deviation of 1 parking stall that based on the different times of intensity of uses at different times of the day, that ultimately insufficient parking would be provided, notwithstanding being 1 stall less than the requirement on the site based upon the nature of those uses. We've also included just some pictorial representation of the new building here, going from front to back or from Witherspoon Street on the left, as I'm highlighting, all the way to the rear, with the parking located, the existing parking with the new canopy over it in the middle, and the solar panels highlighted here on top, which does provide for some increased solar accessibility in this particular location in the central portion of the property, which is an asset, as opposed to being more concentrated here at the rear. And then you can see the new building addition at the rear with the 2 1-bedroom units, and then the green space with 2 private green spaces and a fence separating the 2 on the right-hand side of the property.
And Jim, as you go through these, if you could just identify what slide you're on. The one we're talking about now is slide 9.
Right, this is slide 9. And then on the bottom, you can just see the limits of the front of the existing building and the proposed as it extends, as I'm highlighting on the property, just in the context of the height of the buildings on each side. And again, this pattern of building driveway on the right, building access driveway on the right, building access driveway on the right, that's rather consistent along the streetscape. Our plans also include grading plans to facilitate, adequate grading throughout the site, which we're basically maintaining the existing drainage conditions and providing conveyance of drainage water, just noting the fact that, again, we're reducing the impervious surface. So we do ultimately comply with the stormwater management ordinance here with that reduction. We did highlight here tree protection in and around that front dogwood tree. And then we do have an additional, I'm on slide 10 here, an additional tree that's located basically onto the property line at the rear, in the right rear corner here, which staff has indicated due to the proximity of the new building and disturbance of some of the roots, recommending that be removed. And if with that requirement, we would certainly provide the ordinance required 2 replacement trees, perhaps 1 tree. If we're not going to talk about that front yard and disturbance of that dogwood, perhaps 1 can be installed in between the 2 private areas at the rear here. That may be one option. But Beyond that, the applicant is certainly willing to provide a contribution for that replacement tree if there's a location in the local area, even along the frontage or streetscape that can be better used or utilized. The applicant would comply with that requirement.
Mr. Tremelik, if I can just interrupt for a second. You keep referring to the dogwood in the front. I believe that's a magnolia.
I'm sorry, the magnolia.
I just wanted to make that clear for
Yes.
the record.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The magnolia in the front. So I'll try to remember that as we go through. And our architect, Mr. Schmidt, will speak a little bit to that as well relative to the building and the landscape plan with some of the plantings that are proposed as part of his architectural presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I've already spoken mostly to the tree protection and tree issues here. This is just a soil erosion plan included as part of our site to contain the soil erosion for the construction phase of the property. We've also included a minor lighting plan that includes down lights in the underside of the canopy, underneath the roof and the solar panels that would project downwards onto the parking stalls and parking area. And then additionally at each of the doors, as I'm highlighting here, and then on the back building here, we would have recessed canopy lights that are recessed into the overhanging canopies over each of the door entries and exits. And then in order to just provide a little supplemental lighting on this portion of the entry drive, we proposed a goose-mounted downlight at this location, just to provide some illumination within that driveway between the canopy light at the front and the canopy light at the rear. And then lastly, just a minor door lantern, a 60-watt, very limited light adjacent to each of the doors at the rear. And we've provided this lighting plan in efforts to comply with the ordinance.
Right, and we're on the slide 12.
We're on slide 12, the lighting plan, yes. So relative to the site existing features, proposed features, etc., those are the site-related slides. We can certainly move on to the architectural slides here with Mr. Schmidt if we're ready to take it that next step.
Does anyone, I see David Cohen has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you. Owen, I had two questions. One, I think in your testimony, Mr. Kmalik, you indicated that you had ideas about where a walkway could be introduced for pedestrians to access the rear units. And if you could just address that a little bit.
Sure.
You're thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, and Mr. Schmidt did put a little sketch together to give you a better picture of what that looks like. So
Okay,
perhaps
so
after
I'll wait till he.
Yeah, just wait a couple minutes and he'll address that. We'll flip to that.
The other question I had was with the shared driveway, it looks like there's not much paving on the neighboring property. I can't really see because you haven't detailed that much, but I just wanted to, there was reference to having a cross access easement. I'm just wondering if the neighboring property uses any of the existing parking on this property. And whether we should be thinking about that as we talk about granting this parking variance, if there's.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can just speak a little to that, and maybe Mr. Schmidt can also chime in supplementally as well. But the shared access here is utilized obviously by both property owners. We do have 9 feet on our side, which is sufficient for one vehicle, but the neighbor does need to encroach slightly. And from my observations at the site, they basically park their vehicles here on this gravel portion, sort of pulled forward here. There's a gravel area, and then adjacent to the building is where I've seen their parking in this vicinity. So if that clears that up, they kind of come in here and they pull to the side, and there's one vehicle here from what I've seen and in this area, and it still provides for parking. So I don't believe there's there's any parking. Usually after hours, I only see, the parking lot is empty over here.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Dan Weissman?
Question / comment regarding the magnolia tree in the front. Mr. Kamalik, the structure, I believe, has a basement. Is that correct? The proposed addition at the front?
I'll let the architect speak to that, but it has a basement now.
Okay.
I think in the proposed condition with the reconstruction, I don't believe there is a basement. So I think
Okay.
that's going to be addressed as part of the reconstructive activities.
Okay. The reason I bring it up is that if there is a basement and there's excavation to construct that basement, typically there's some over excavation. Clearly, the further you move towards that magnolia tree, the more damage you'll do to the root system. So it would be good to, if get clarity on whether or not there is a basement there, and then what additional measures could be done to help save that tree.
Okay. I'll let Mr. Schmidt speak to that, and then if I need to add anything afterwards, I might do that when we get through that point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And I have a question regarding the parking. The last parking space on the right, that's going to be an awful tight fit for somebody to pull out, isn't it? Or
This one here.
Yes.
Well, we did provide for a turnout here, and we do have a full 24-foot clear width. So in my view, I think that we're providing sufficient egress out of that stall with the combination of the full 24-foot width and this turnout that we've provided here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Chmalik before we move on to Mr. Schmidt? Not seeing any. Mr. Schmidt, if you'd like to take us through the architectural plan?
Can we call Mr. Schmidt and qualify him as an expert?
Yes, please.
Let's see.
Hello, good evening. Sorry, I couldn't get the
Sure.
the menu board up to unmute.
Hi, Fred. Can you, do you want to swear him in first, or should we?
I believe he was sworn in.
Oh, so he was, correct. Sorry.
Yeah, yes, I was.
Schmidt, can you tell us a little about your education and background as an architect?
Sure. My wife and I are partners in Schmidt Anderson Architects. We founded the firm in 1988. I personally have a Bachelor of Architecture from Cornell University. I was valedictorian in my class. I have a master's degree, Cornell University, 1987. Practiced for 3 years and opened my own firm in Metuchen, New Jersey, where we still maintain our offices. We've been in business for 36 years. We possess 4 licenses in 4 states: New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. We're trying to open a fledgling office in the Boston area. We have a fair amount of work on the Cape. And we probably over those 36 years, we've probably done, close to 1,000 small and some, quite big projects. With Tony Vaselli, we've done probably 6 or 7 different jobs. We've built 2 residences for him. He's been a joy to work with, and he was really our first main client, which is a fond memory with him. And we look forward to another one here. I've testified in Princeton numerous times, Rocky Hill, Montgomery, South Brunswick, East Brunswick, Lawrence Township, a couple of towns in Bucks, Metuchen, of course. So, I've had professional testimony. I've taught at New Jersey Institute of Technology for 4 years, and taught as a TA at Cornell for 1.5 years with design, the design studios.
Terrific. We accept your qualifications. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Schmidt, could you tell me what your first name is and how you spell your last name?
Yeah, Frederick, Frederick, Schmidt, SCHMITT.
M-I-T-T. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Take it away.
So I is sitting here, Mr. Lesko and Jim have done what I would portray as a fine job, sort of giving an overview and some of the finer points. So what I thought I might do is to give the board more of an inside look on the concepts that we relayed to Tony, and he's quite excited about it. And of course, if I'm glossing over something too quickly or you have a question, please interrupt me. We tried to develop the site a little bit differently than maybe the pattern of the neighborhood, and sought a more articulate solution where the units have quite a bit more light availability to them, and also a little more privacy, and certainly tried to explore some amenities. Particularly excited about the two back units where they're really a townhouse format where they're vertically oriented. They have a basement, and they have it's small, but it's very private. It's a 10-foot deep by, I believe, about 15 feet across, just a small courtyard where the tenant could do some gardening or just relax, or if they have a young child, it's a secure play spot, and it's very green back there because of the sanitary easement. It has a nice canopy of the trees that have overgrown the easement itself. So we like those units very much. They each have 270 degrees of exposure. They're not party wall condition or backed into a larger volume, and they have private entrances, and we find those units to be very strong. And then they're linked, of course, to the older building. Again, same thing. Tony asked us to try to think outside the box a little bit. The canopy is we thought certainly an amenity for anybody using the parking. Given the weather we've been having and any kind of solar exposure, but even rain and snow, it provides the automobile with a bit of protection. The solar panels are, again, a request of Vaselli. He likes to try to make his work as sort of energy innovative as possible. So it is a fairly large array. I hope it gets executed. We're not quite sure about how much power that'll offer us, but it will definitely complement the municipal load or utility load. He's possibly entertaining some roof recapture of rainwater. He did that on his residence in Lytle Street, and works beautifully. He has gray water for toilet use and also for landscaping, and that there's a good chance we're going to try to pursue that as well, cost permitting. So, and then as you link to the older structure, it's a Dutch colonial residence, probably from the 20s. It's a, framing wise and sort of the bones of it are fine. It's obviously a tired structure a bit. So we've devised a plan to rely on it structurally, but to really cosmetically overhaul it. New roof line, new finishes, of course, new windows, as you're seeing, and really to kind of, use that, rely on its equity, but not on its outward appearance, of course. So we're presenting a new facade to Witherspoon Street, and then also reconfiguring some of the access points. There'd be two handicap entrances to the lower level. And if I can just sneak in for Mr. Weissman, the basement, the existing basement in the Dutch colonial, it's a shallow basement, maybe 7-foot headroom. We would be dropping the floor construction down to get to a handicap capability on grade. So the existing basement will be only a crawl. We'll use that in construction, of course, but very little access just for service or maintenance. And then the new additions on the Witherspoon side and the driveway side, they would be slab on grade. So we would restrict the amount of excavation on the Magnolia side and of course on the driveway. There is a 1-bedroom apartment, which is really not bad. It's a little bit small. And Tony's had it rented continually for years, really. He's had a long-term tenant in there, a gentleman who was really out of town a lot, but he loved it and he stayed for quite a bit. So that apartment would be enhanced, but not intensity-wise, not increased. So 1 bedroom would remain as a 1-bedroom. And then the downstairs or the first floor would be hopefully office or a very light retail or personal service. And the other point of fact that we're kind of hoping for Vasselli is that we're I think with some creativity and a little sensitivity, we can probably allow his office, his practice to remain while we sort of gussy up the outside. We're hopeful of that anyway. He's had a very successful practice. He is gearing down. I think he only has hours 3 days a week, and he is slowing down toward retirement. So the practice doesn't have a very high intensity of turnover. He has 2 nurse employees, and they would we're hopeful that would remain as until he decides to fully close shop. And probably the other important concept to mention to you is that the driveway from the canopy back, the beginning of the canopy back, not to be presumptuous or too presumptuous that it has, a particular, that it's particularly characteristic or whatever, but we are trying to lean on it as a kind of forecourt or a little, trying to enhance the spatial nature of it. And I think the canopy and the fence behind that would start to provide a kind of, again, a very loose forecourt or a little piazzetta or something that has a little bit of character other than just, 7 parking spaces with blacktop. And maybe there's, maybe as a very tiny grouping of tenants, maybe something could go on in there that might be fun, maybe even a careful bicycle riding for a youngster or whatever. But again, trying to use that area as a link to the 2 buildings, the 2 pieces of the buildings, and gain something out of an element that is always, frankly, pretty banal. And we do, I think the chair asked about the professional's comments about a walkway or access for pedestrians. And we do have a sketch that I guess, Jim will get to in the slideshow, and we'll show you what we thought about it, an enhancement that tends to fall in line with that idea of a semi-private area out there. And we think it's strong. I know Tony liked it when we showed it to him. So we hope the board finds that pleasing as well. And the exterior wise, we would finish the 2 additions to the building, or the two wings of the building would be finished in the same finish. The back building has a kind of outbuilding appearance or a loose reference maybe to a carriage house in the back. And then the front is a flat roof, reflective of its commercial roots. And then again, trying to enhance the light using some big windows rather than, just a very common, whatever 2x3 double hung to provide a striking building. And I would say to answer, I forget who brought it up, sorry, the exposure with the Magnolia. It's interesting, but the Magnolia from the apartment, it'll form a sort of veil or a green wall, really, a living wall, if you will, as you look back out. If we handle that carefully, and Tony's not anxious to lose that. We're counting on that as a key design feature. We certainly defer to the arborists for Princeton, both for pruning and for any preventative measures on the root system. I don't think we would really damage that too badly. We would be hitting possibly some of the canopy tangentially. We've done in the past, we've done some grade beams and some creative things that avoid too much, gross cross cut or whatever in that neighborhood. So we're committed to saving that guy. There's no question we have to prune it a little bit. And again, we would have a professional or someone at the arborist directive to handle that carefully. There's some lighter landscaping I can walk everybody through if that's appropriate at this time. Jim, if you don't mind flashing that. And you can see here the magnolia in the front. There's some light.
Just for the record, we're on slide 15.
15, yep.
Yeah, sorry.
That's right.
The landscape plan. You can see the magnolia in the front. If you drop down toward the new walkway, there's some small tailored sort of groomed hedge specimens. There's a kind of repetitive line of evergreens on the south side neighbors perimeter to kind of reflect the repetitive nature of the canopy. And then in the back, you can see there's a fence, and I think I forget what we used or proposed to form a bit of a hedgerow between the two tenants. I think we called for a 5 to 6 foot evergreen, a juniper or blue spruce, a dwarf spruce, but that, those are certainly negotiable. We don't have anything set, but we were trying to create some privacy again for those little back gardens. That's about it. If I can answer questions or flesh out anything.
Or the walkway, Fred, if you want to.
Oh yeah, yeah. Would you? Yeah, we should do that, Jim. Thank you. So the board will notice, again, same pattern of development, the entry walk, the two-sided gray addition to the Dutch Colonial, the 7 parking spaces in the center, and then of course the 2 vertical apartments in the back. And you'll note that Jim shaded in the walkway along the driveway out to Witherspoon Street, that we widened that slightly. And we dinked off a little bit of new area on the proposal so that we could continue that. Yeah, Jim's being very deft with that with the laser. That would be the pathway into the back of the property, the back entrance for the front apartment. And then what we would propose, I mentioned that it would be in keeping a little bit, again, if you think of some dense communities, think Annapolis or Marblehead or Cape May, perhaps, where the automobile really takes a back seat. Sorry for the pun, with pedestrians, that we would ring the driveway with a paver or bluestone or decorative concrete at the board's selection or recommendation, and those pathways would link the canopy and if you loop around, Jim, toward the neighbor, it would link the back apartment front doors. So you can drive over those lines, but the implication is that, sort of be cautious or be aware that there are folks, traveling across that route. And put a little shape on it so no one's walking on a 90-degree angle as you go from Witherspoon back to the 2 apartments in the back. And that's a common trick. I mean, I'm sure everyone has seen it in resort planning or maybe university or school planning. It's a common trick to engage that surface a bit, make it a bit more pedestrian friendly. And the drainage pattern would remain as Jim had defined it, really. They would be flush conditions, both for handicap accessibility and also for vehicular, no big bump as a vehicle would K-turn out of the property. I would say that's about all I would probably want to, the bicycle thing. The bicycle thing, I think we would defer to the board or certainly Mr. Lesko or Dan or Derek if they have a better recommendation. I mean, again, it is a tight site. We're trying to make sure that everything functions well. If as a team, we're certainly open to any suggestions on that. But we believe we can get the bikes back there, and it's private, they're secure, and it's undercover, which is nice, of course. So, and the garbage enclosure as well. The sun's not baking on some kind of enclosure. It's out of the rain, and we find that to be a nice piece of the design as well.
And Fred, if I could just add, one of the comments was in Mr. Weissman's memo to possibly shift this depressed curb down slightly away from this parking stall in this area for apartment 3, and we'd be agreeable to that if
Yeah, that actually makes sense. It takes it away a little bit from that one any vehicular backup for that 7th space. I guess it was the chair that brought that up. That clearly Tony would assign that space to that apartment. So it's not particularly grand, but it's certainly practical. That tenant would park in that spot, and for groceries or youngsters, that would be a safe scenario there. And there's an EV charger under the people have mentioned that, but that's part of Tony's request to try to push an energy agenda. So.
And I think one more sidewalk comment was to fully replace the sidewalk along the frontage due to its overall condition, and we would be agreeable to that.
Yeah,
And
that's a will comply. The utility
vicinity.
company, yeah, they've got blacktop patches in there from their ongoing work, so that thing needs to be redone. So.
Well, I think what Mr. Weissman was saying, we're replacing that now as part of our Witherspoon Phase 3 municipal project.
Okay.
Almost as we speak. So I think if that's damaged, it's to be replaced.
Understood.
But I see Mr. Weissman has his hand up, so I don't want to speak for him.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, if you're finished, we can open up to board comment. But before we do that, I'd like to announce that there are 24 attendees, and we will be taking public comments. So if people would like to raise your hand, we'll recognize you in the order in which hands are raised and bring you over at the appropriate time. David?
Yeah, I just had one question about the paving concept for the pedestrian access. Can we go back to that slide for a sec? Yeah, so I'm trying to understand the decorative paving seems to connect to the front drive, and I'm curious about, where the transition, I guess there's a line showing where you envision.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that would be where Jim has the pointer. That would be the stopping point, and then it would make a field that oblong shape sets in, and that presumably that would be more blacktop, but that squarish, the perimeter ring would be some upgraded paving, either at the board's discretion or if you allowed us to pick, we would pick something upgraded there.
Yeah,
and there would be a depressed curb. Jim, if you could go back toward the back door of the commercial space, yeah, right there. We would have a depressed curb there, so it would be handicap accessible and linked to this decorative paving.
mm-hmm. Yeah, just a little concerned about how the transition also seems to follow the property line, which is not the center of the driveway. So it's like an L there, right?
Yeah, true.
Or we,
I think
Yeah.
it's a detail, but I think there's probably a better solution that, yeah, maybe a curve there that has it not have that uncomfortable straddle condition in the middle of the driveway.
Yeah, well, it's a good point, if I may, because as you pull in, you'll see that corner kind of projecting. So
Right.
it is a good catch, and we would certainly be willing to fool around with that and get it a little tighter. Maybe the curve is the right way to do it, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Dan Weissman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify the comment regarding the new utility services, Mr. Lesko's right. Witherspoon Street is undergoing a full improvement project that includes resurfacing of the roadway and replacing the sidewalks along its entire frontage. So the request would be to have utilities coordinated and brought past the sidewalk prior to those improvements being done. If they have to be done after because of timing constraints or any other constraints, we're requesting that the sidewalk be replaced entirely along the frontage of this. And then just so you know, with streets, any streets that are paved in Princeton, there's a 5-year moratorium on those, and that would be intersection to intersection. So there would be a big push should this be approved to get those utility stub outs in now.
Yeah, I can certainly speak for Tony. I know he would be amenable to that. We've been tracking that, of course, and tracking our progress on this application, so we're well aware of it. I'm sure you're aware, Dan, like you can hog under the sidewalk for that short distance, but obviously getting out into the street, that's a problem. So we would definitely want to stub. We think the water line is suitable. So for whatever reason, the Dutch Colonial has a 2-inch water line coming in, which of course, as you know, is quite oversized. And then the power is overhead. We would need to get that underground, and the gas probably needs to be upgraded. Yeah, I think Jim is showing an upgrade to the gas service.
and they're behind the curb, so that's a plus for the moment. But
Yeah, I think the water is the only main that is threatening to repave. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Pallavi.
Hi, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Schmidt. I just had a question following up on, I guess, 2 questions regarding the pavement of that parking area and the central area, the central courtyard area, and then also a question about the layout of the apartments in the back. On the paving, would it be possible to consider doing something like permeable pavers or gravel in the center? Going back to the previous slide you had up, which showed the idea for paved apron around the central parking area. Would it be possible to convert that central area into something a little bit softer than just asphalt?
Yeah, I don't think we would want to do gravel just for the simple maintenance, and it can get ratty very quickly, and it's not handicap accessible, things like that. Obviously it's like admirable effort to try to improve that center island, that oblong center island, and we can, I think Tony would be amenable to any discussion. I think it would need to be something that is a hard surface just from a practical purpose. Whether it was permeable or something more creative than just the 2 inches of blacktop, I think it would be a good idea to consider. Sure.
can I just chime in on that one comment? We do have some limitations relative to where we would outfall stormwater and ultimately drain water that we would send at some greater depth underground. And since the property does fall and drain and slope towards the rear corner in the back, that might present some challenges for basically taking surface water and making it subsurface on this particular lot. So I just want to throw that out there, that the feasibility of that would need further investigation.
Okay.
I mean, I
Understood.
guess I'm sorry, hopefully, I guess an upgraded solution might be to concrete that center. You know, it's concrete generally a little more pleasant to look at than the blacktop. It certainly, can be, snow blown and things like that, and it would be durable, but you know, that might be considered, you know, a detail that we could consider.
Okay. And the other question was with regard to the layout of the two apartments in the rear, the duplex apartments. Is there a particular reason why you don't have the staircases in those apartments on the same wall, sharing a wall? And I'm asking that because if you did have a center wall dividing those two duplexes and the staircases were on both sides and the entrances were more or less adjacent, then you could have a little bit of room in that lower corner for bicycle storage. I don't know if I can't read the measurements very well on the plan, but I don't know if that would allow room to access the parking space and have bicycle storage opposite from that parking space.
Yeah, we did study those pretty extensively. They only have about a 450 square foot footprint on the first floor plate.
Mhm.
So it's a little tight. We were trying to get the kitchen close to the front door, of course, for packages and groceries and things of that nature, but we certainly could dig up our stuff and see where that fell out for. I think it just was the rest of the displacement. I mean, that's a logical way to develop those units, of course, and you know, you're onto something certainly that's common. And for one reason or another, our firm, and then when we presented to Tony, we did go through a couple permutations, and for whatever reason, it fell away as that design. But be happy to revisit that or take a look at our old, our preliminary stuff.
Well, I'm just saying that if you did consider that and you can move the entrance to that apartment, that's if you can move the two entrances closer together towards the center, then that south, if I'm reading this correctly, that corner in the south of the paved parking area could afford you some space to include additional bike parking. And if I understand correctly, that biking parking is not currently shown on this plan?
No, it is shown. It's back behind the old renovated structure.
Oh,
near
next to the trash bins? Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in that area. It's undercover, which of
Okay.
course is a good thing. I recall it's a little tricky in that intersection because you have to enter the top apartment and stay away from the parking, and it gets a little tricky. And we did want some distance between the two apartment entrances so that there was a bit of privacy, sort of semi-private separation between the two vertical units. But happy to look again. I mean, it's not, it's not final till it's final in terms of that, that's interior development. So.
Mm-hmm. And I would say it's great that you've included the minimum required bike parking spaces, but any additional spaces that you could provide would be terrific.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions from board members or professional staff? Okay. Claudia Wilson Anderson.
Hi, and thank you. I heard you mention a sanitary easement that was overgrown. Where is it, and what requirements are there for you to heed that easement?
Well, the sanitary easement runs down the center of the lots that front on Witherspoon, like the property in question, and then also I think they're all pretty much single family residences that are fronting on Carnahan. So down the center of the intersecting lot lines from Carnahan and Witherspoon, there's a 10-foot wide sanitary easement, and it's just pretty verdant back there. It's not like overgrown. I've walked back there. It's really pretty nice because it's kind of, it's super private, and just spatially, it's kind of a unique space back there, but it's accessible. You can walk, and I think some people use it to connect through, to head to different places, but the easement is preserved, and we're not encroaching in that easement or anything. That's preserved on this proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. And did I hear you say that you were going to be assigning parking spaces to the individual apartment units?
Well, I think I mean, that wasn't, there's no grand scheme on that, but I guess if I was in charge of that, I would probably at least assign that one to the north apartment, just for proximity purposes more than anything. But they are shared. There's basically 4 commercial spaces and 3, one for each apartment occupant.
But they will not be assigned individually to apartments?
I guess, I mean, if that's a concern, then I guess I misspoke. I don't really don't know how to answer that. I guess maybe it's not a good idea, but there, that's certainly an open item. If the board finds that restrictive in some way, then I definitely misspoke. But
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no more hands up from the board, I'd like to open up public comment at this time. We have 2 members of the board. There are currently 25 attendees from the public, and 2 members have their hands raised, Beverly Leach and Jeff Fury. So if Ms. Phillip can bring over those 2 people, and I'll just take this opportunity to remind you that there will be a 3-minute countdown clock for you to make your statements on this application.
There you are. I think it would be helpful to take down the share.
Yes, thank you very much, David. Okay. Ms. Leach, I see you have your camera on and your microphone open and ready.
Yes, I'm right here.
You'll be sworn in by Mr. Muller. And after you're sworn in, please state your full name, spell your last name.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirmed.
I'm Beverly Leach, Leach, and I live at 293 Witherspoon Street, which is the immediate adjacent property to Mr. Vaselli's. I'd like to give a little human side to how we in residences surrounding these other properties are affected. And I'd like to just give a very brief introduction in that regard, how I think they will impact us or not. But I, more than that, would also like my husband to speak as part of my talking, or speak right after me to give some more specific concerns that we have. Is that all right with you if we do it that way?
Yes, we can do that. He can have a separate 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you and good evening, everybody. My husband and I have owned this property next door to Tony Vaselli for more than 30 years, since 1993. So we therefore know our neighbor very well, even though Dr. Vaselli does not live here, but he's very much present. We moved from elsewhere in Princeton, and we specifically liked this area of Witherspoon Street, the way it was at that time and the way it is slowly evolving with some planning. And the reason we liked it is we enjoy the multi-use aspect of it all. We know many neighbors. There are quite a number of residential neighbors to the north of us beyond what we've been concentrating on here. We like passersby who stop and make comments, give us a sense of community. We like the small businesses and offices that have developed here. And so we're very pleased to see how it's been developing so far, and we would like that sort of consistency to continue if we could. I have a particular passion for gardening. If you've walked by our house, I have a very colorful front public garden. And over all these years, I have developed also a very lovely, I like to think, backyard, which is much smaller, but a very private area there and very green. So with that as background, I just say that about 2 weeks ago, we were quite surprised that with no warning at all, we get a certified letter signed by the applicant, giving some basic plans for a grand scheme that he has next door to us. And not knowing very much from that initial letter, just his summary statements, we saw several very alarming things. It's quite a big shock and initially very upsetting to see that he was going to be really altering a lot of the things we treasure most in our neighborhood, in our home, our own backyard, and so forth. So having very little information and having never heard from Dr. Vasselli about his plans, even though I think they've been in the works since January or more, my husband, even more than I, did quite a bit of investigation at City Hall, looking at the plans, talking with the members of the planning department and the engineers and so forth, and the arborist. And we have several concerns. They may not even be concerns in each case because we just don't have enough information and we'd like a little more clarification. And they are really threefold. One is you haven't talked very much at all about the tree in the back of the property because it is not Mr. Vasselli's, it is our tree. It is our only remaining large shade tree. It is 22 inches in diameter. It's not some little tree that can be replaced by putting in 2 little trees elsewhere on Vasselli's property. It's a huge tree and it's a maple tree. Its health is in fine shape right now, but it will be greatly compromised by any work that's done near the root structure, which is extensive. It goes even beyond the canopy in the case of a silver maple like this. We've talked at length with the arborist. That's a whole subject for another.
Ms. Leach, we've passed
Yeah.
your 3-minute time limit.
Okay, 2 more concerns. We don't know exactly what this easement of the driveway is going to mean for us. We're open to hearing about that, but we need to know more. But the big thing that concerns us is that these 2-story high apartment buildings are going to be right up against our property line. No setbacks, 3 feet at most from what we can see. No setback at all. 2 stories high. The quote privacy fence will afford no privacy at all. If you look at it there, the windows are on the 2nd floor, looking right down on us, the place that we count on for our personal space and for our peaceful, quiet setting.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
So can my husband take over at this point then?
Yes, we can have him.
Okay, we're sharing a computer, so I'll let him switch.
Thank you very much.
I've tried to keep comments brief.
If you could, sir,
Okay, yeah, here we go.
You swear or affirm that the testimony about to give will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
Steve, please
Okay,
take.
my name is Owen Leach. My last name spelling is Leach.
Right.
And I live at 293 Witherspoon Street. And my comments are a 1-sheeter, which in order to stay on track, I'm going to read if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Since receiving that certified letter that Bev spoke about on June 25th, the best word to describe our feelings has been despondent. If this plan goes forward, our backyard privacy and quality of life will be essentially destroyed. As we read these plans, a 28-foot 7-inch structure is to be erected 3 feet 7 inches from our property line, adjacent to the middle of our backyard. The Berlin Wall was 12 feet high. The Great Wall of China is only 26 feet tall. This is a tall building. As owners of this property since the early 90s, we have enjoyed a cooperative relationship with the applicant. And also over the years, we have come to depend upon the combined authorities of planning and zoning to protect us from overly aggressive development, and we sincerely hope our dependency is well placed. We do reside in a mixed-use zone where I believe I am obligated to offer to all my neighbors 15 feet of side setback for any new construction. But this proposal offers me only 3 feet 7 for the structure and 0 for the excavation. The protection I speak of includes 3 pillars: conformity, consistency, and predictability. And in our opinion, this proposal challenges all 3 of these. Looking at Google Maps, and I've asked staff if there's any other situation in Princeton that uses a hard surface awning to justify the construction of a new 2-family residence, while claiming it is one building. I am told that this proposal is, and I quote, unique. It conforms to nothing already in existence in Princeton. Google Maps shows a line of structures on our side of Witherspoon from Henry Avenue to Gallo. In this neighborhood, all of the non-corner structures have a consistent setback from the front, and none of the structures is lot lining the back portion of the property. So we believe this proposal is therefore inconsistent with neighborhood standards. We have invested thousands of dollars and decades of time and labor in our backyard landscaping, plant procurement, dying tree removal, and new tree replacements. We did this based on what we thought was the predictability that we would not have a 28-foot Great Wall 3 feet from our property line, hulking over the middle of portion of our most private outdoor area. And besides the intimidation of the structure, the facade facing our yard includes a large oversized window, which, if lighted at night, would be so bright as to overwhelm the light of a full moon as we sit in the backyard. We do have a 22-inch diameter Norway maple at the back corner of our property. It is not listed on the developer's tree census and is shown on our side of the property line in his drawing, so we believe it is our tree. Protecting its root base, according to the arborist of Princeton, would require a reduction in proposed foundation and building size from the proposed of some 6 feet. The proposal suggests that our tree, which provides our yard with valuable morning shade, should be removed. To which we say, please, not so fast. Can't it? Shouldn't it be protected? With steel fencing, I might add, not just surrounded by snow fence attached to nothing. Until we receive the certified letter. May I have 3 paragraphs to go.
If you're finishing up, that's fine.
Thank you. Until we received the certified letter, the developer had not communicated with us, even though plans were filed in January. This morning, for the first time, the developer encountered Mrs. Leach in her front garden and casually pointed out that he owns 9 feet of the 13-foot shared driveway and hoped that lack of an easement would not force him to construct a curb 4 feet from our dwelling, cutting off our access. He further stated that if his current proposal is not approved, he'd be open to a structure similar to the 4-unit Barsky building on his other side, noting that the Barsky configuration could save him money. To which we say, great. Barsky's building is large, but it's not unattractive, and most importantly, it maintains a setback line, both front and back, that is in conformity and consistent with all the other non-corner structures on this block.
Mr. Leach, I'm sorry. We have another person who's been waiting, and we're well over the 3-minute timeline.
You know, this is about the most important thing in our life. May I have 1 paragraph more, please?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. In conclusion, we urge this board to reject this unique concept of one building connected by awning. We respectfully suggest that the board request the applicant to propose a design that meets his needs for 1 commercial and 3 rental units, but does so in conformity and consistency with neighborhood standards, and does not destroy the quality of life that we have spent decades building into our backyard. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, sir. Okay, our next commenter was Jeff Fury, and then we have Peter.
Well, Mia has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm
Do you
sorry, I
want
did not
to-
see that. Mia, would you like to go on?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Fury, if you can activate your camera, please? Did he, I believe that he has disappeared from my screen. Curry, why don't you bring over Peter?
Sir, you have to accept the invite. Thank you.
There we go. Peter, if you can unmute yourself and activate your camera, please.
Peter is now declined.
Okay, all right. Then we have no other attendee.
Now he's, oh, now it shows that he's here.
Okay.
Peter, please put your video on.
No, I'm not. Your microphone is unmuted, so if you wish to speak, can you please say something? No, I'm not seeing anything. So seeing no other hands raised. And Peter has just disappeared from my screen also.
I made him an attendee.
Okay, you made him an attendee again. Okay, I'll just give it another few seconds to see if anyone raises their hand again. And not seeing any, I will close the pub.
Owen, it's strange that Mr. Fury had his video on and then shot it down. I might try to send him an email to see if he had any video issues, if you don't mind.
Okay, that'll be fine, Justin. Thank you very much.
Mr. Fury, oh, I'm sorry, not Mr. Fury. Mr. Leach came in under his wife's name. You're asking about Mr. Fury?
Yes.
Okay.
We do have another hearing after this.
Yes, I
think
know.
we should all keep in mind, you know,
Thank you, Mia. We'll just see if Justin can contact Mr. Fury. Mr. Allen, do you have a question?
Less a question than a
Comment?
point in response to the neighbor raising an issue about setback. I believe the plan is in compliance with the setback requirements. I also wanted to make a point of getting planning proof for our witnesses.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
Planning proof for our witnesses. I believe Fred and Jim may have a point they would like to make again.
Okay, All right. First of all, Justin, did you have any luck? Or-
Yeah, Mr. Fury is going to try to call in and give his comment. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't anything on our end. It appeared to be that his computer shut down, but he's going to try his best to call in and give his comment.
Okay, in that case, we will go back to Mr. Chmalik and Mr. Schmidt for their comments.
So I think we just wanted to summarize the point about the parking. Again, we gave testimony as to one less parking stall than is required, and identified that in evaluating that and addressing the negative criteria, if that would provide a substantial detriment to the public good or not, based upon the difference in uses and time periods, and a shared parking arrangement between those two uses, it's our opinion that there would not be a substantial detriment from a parking standpoint relative to the parking that's provided on the site. And then additionally, we feel that on balance, what's being provided with enhancing the existing building that's up at the front, number one, providing 2 additional 1-bedroom dwelling units at the rear with the canopy and the solar access and solar facilities that are being proposed, that on balance, certainly the benefits of that deviation, given all of those constraints, outweigh the detriments from a C2 standpoint. And I would just, in a short way, identify purpose I and G relative to those positive criteria. So I just wanted to get that on the record, since we just discussed the nuts and bolts of it during the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm not seeing Mr. Fury or any other hands up, so I'm going to close the comment.
And Mr. Fury called in. I know generally we don't allow for phone numbers to call in, but he was on the video before. Jerry, would it be okay to allow him to talk that way?
I think we should.
Okay, I will allow him to talk then.
Okay, okay, he's being brought over now. Mr. Fury, if you can unmute. No,
I believe you press 9 on your phone to unmute the Zoom.
Is he moved over as a panelist
Yes,
yet?
here we are. Here we are. Mr. Fury, is that you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Great,
All
you
right.
got 3
Well,
minutes,
thank
sir.
you. Yeah.
Okay, if you can raise your right hand.
Yeah,
Do you swear or affirm that testimony about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Jeff Fury, F-U-R-E-Y. I reside at 319 Witherspoon Street, Princeton.
go ahead,
Thank you
please.
for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity. I do concur with everything that Mr. and Mrs. Leach had testified, and it's really trying to change. I really hope that the board would listen to them, because you're really looking at a change in what's going on in the neighborhood. We're not opposed to the additional apartments and everything. I think it's just, I guess, more or less the way it was done, in which they were blindsided by this. And I'm very concerned about, the way it was handled by Dr. Faselli, to be honest, and all, because I am a neighbor. His mother has a house not directly behind us, but a property away, and he put a tenant up in the second floor of the garage, and that was basically in violation. Why? Because there was no second way out. When it was brought to his attention, he put a step ladder for that person to get out. Then there was another incident where he had put a fuel tank, brought it through the alley, put a fuel tank in the back. I think it was during the pandemic, Everybody was concerned. And he had no containment. He just does whatever he wants to do. And this is a concern for our neighborhood. I'll just keep it short with that, but I think we really need to be very vigilant. And I have to say, when I brought those two things to the township pension, the board, the engineering, they reacted very quickly. I have to commend to them on that. But it's more like, why do you do it? Anyway, I'll just keep it like that. And thank you for your time. And
well, thank you for your
that's
time as
about
well.
it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we will now close public comment and open up board deliberation. If there are any comments from the board, any additional questions for either our staff or Justin?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I have a question for the applicant. Did I hear correctly before that there was an agreement for that driveway? I thought that's what I had heard, but then hearing from the neighbors, it sounds like there's not.
Well,
Yeah, perhaps I can answer, or go ahead, Stephen, sorry.
I had mentioned in my opening remarks that we had intended to obtain an easement. Nothing has been done that I know of to date, but we were going to approach that if approval was granted, because there wouldn't be any need for it if not. So no, to my knowledge, there's no existing easement.
I would just offer, if I could, to the board, you know, based on the ages of the residences, like Vaselli's is probably, as I stated, 1920s. I'm not sure about Mrs. Leash's side, but it's certainly an older home. So that shared driveway has probably existed possibly since the 1920s. You know, so there's nothing formalized that I know of in my discussions either with Tony, but it has served both properties for, you know, again, I'm speculating, but possibly 100 years. So we haven't, you know, we haven't created that situation. If, you know, we're trying to sort of organize it, but that's definitely a pre-existing condition. And I know Dr. Vaselli's, he's perfectly anxious and willing to get something on paper so that both parties are protected.
Okay, thank you. David?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Bridger to confirm that this application is compliant as to setbacks. You know, I heard the concerns from the Leaches, and yet I don't think there was anything in the professional reports indicating there were any variances needed as to setbacks. So just want to make sure that's super clear.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Yes, it is a complying application. It meets all the setbacks, the FAR, except for the parking.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I might add, Mr. Cohen, I think what Mr. Leach might have been referring to is that there are different bulk standards for residential properties and for business properties in the B1. So if you have a residential house, there's a 15-foot side yard setback, I believe. If you have a business type property, there's no side yard setback.
And the joint occupancy qualifies as business.
That's correct.
Thanks.
If again, if I could jump in, I hope I'm not interrupting the process. We would be willing to make some.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying we're in board deliberation, but why don't you finish?
Well, I'll be brief. I just wanted to, you know, we have taken the proximity to the Leach's property under consideration. We actually restricted. The first floor has no windows on their side. of that one apartment, we would certainly be willing, I'm sure, to eliminate that second window for privacy. It's 20 feet long. The wall that presents itself to the Leach's property is 20 feet long, which is, as even for residential standards go, that's a fairly modest dimension. We're certainly not trying to maximize that or slight them in any way. You can see the footprint is restricted to that narrowness on the southern end, and the northern end is not, it's wider toward Mr. Barsky's property. And the 4 feet, again, these things, there's a functionality to it all. So that's the best balance that we found. And we did try to stay away as far as possible. The tree in the corner, I think Tony would welcome leaving it. And if that helps the Leach's approach to the whole thing, he's not after taking that thing down. I think that was actually coming from the Princeton arborist or whoever came out to do a walkthrough on the property itself. We would be we'd be willing to accommodate any kind of design on the wall. It would really just be, I think it would be an oversized outbuilding, a shed or a garden type structure. Yes, it's 2 stories, but again, I just wanted to reiterate that it's only 20 feet long.
Thank you. All right, Pallavi?
I just had a question about I have a question about the tree and then also about the driveway. So on that Norway maple, which is, I think the staff report says that it's on the property line. Could we just clarify if it is indeed actually on the property line? And I don't know if the municipal arborist is not on here, or if Dan Weissman could possibly comment on that. But I think the staff comment was that the tree would be damaged if this building is constructed. And that's why they were recommending the removal. Is that, sorry, I can't see on the Zoom faces.
Dan is here.
Yeah. I'm here. Thank you, Ms. Nika. I did walk the site with the arborist when reviewing this application. Both his and my opinion is that the location of the structure with a basement at that rear building, the roots would be damaged and the tree wouldn't survive. It's 22-inch diameter tree. The tree, according to the survey we were provided, appears to be on the lot line. Trees that are on lot lines are shared ownership. So if they were to be removed, they would need approval from both owners. So if this project were to go ahead, a condition of approval, staff would request that they receive formal approval from the adjacent lot owner to remove that tree, which would be contingent on the development moving forward. Same would go with I know this wasn't a question, just in the same track of thought, the driveway access easement, staff would also recommend that be a condition of approval with the adjacent lot owner.
I'm so sorry, Dan. Could you just start again? Could you explain that again?
Absolutely. So the tree does appear to be on the survey we were provided. The tree does appear to be on the
This is
lot line.
the maple with the 22 inches in diameter?
Correct.
Okay.
And I did walk the site with the arborist when reviewing this application, and we both agreed that the development as proposed would damage the root system and the tree ultimately would not survive. So staff would recommend that it would be removed, replacements be provided and accounted for on its development, and that also they receive approval from the adjacent lot owner to have the tree removed. Trees that are common owned cannot be removed per the shade tree ordinance without approval from both lot owners.
So why is this, I'm sorry, Pallavi, I don't want to preempt you. Can I just finish this, or
go ahead, Mia, go ahead.
Yeah, because I don't understand then why this application is, I do have an issue with this. Why has the application gotten this far? If they develop what they've proposed, and you've said that it will destroy this tree, and that's not permitted under our ordinances, we're talking hypothetically. We're talking about a hypothetical development it's not just the parking variance. We're approving this, we're approving an unlawful removal of a tree. I mean, or we're creating a condition in which they have to ask the neighbors whether they can remove it in order to continue their development. So, and I'm quite sure that the neighbors are not going to agree to that. So I'm wondering why the applicant didn't make a change in their application so that it was not necessary to kill the tree. And if that's possible. Go ahead, Pallavi.
So I guess similar issue at play here with the driveway. So the driveway, if I'm understanding the situation correctly, is shared, although there's no formal agreement. And if the neighbors don't approve the development or the sharing of their driveway any longer, then the applicant would not be able to proceed with this plan. Am I understanding that correctly? Maybe.
Is that correct, Jerry?
Justin and Jerry, if you could.
Sure.
Yeah.
I could start, and then Jerry, if you want to fill in anything else. I think if you look at the engineering and zoning report, which we generally take the conditions from, there are staff comments in there that say that the applicant will need to get those agreements, as part of the compliance to do this project. So I think that could work out a few different ways. Obviously, we heard from the neighbors tonight. Maybe they agree to it. Maybe there's a trade-off. Who knows? That's really not to the board's discretion tonight. If you chose to approve this and put those conditions on, they would need to secure those agreements. Or if they can't secure those, maybe the applicant does come back for a modification of their approval or a new application for something that is, doesn't affect those items that they can't get the agreement on.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I think that's right. And I think it's a good question that's been raised as to proceeding at this point, when certainly there might be trade-offs and maybe they'll wind up with an agreement as to I think it's a silver maple actually. But that seems highly doubtful, to tell you the truth.
Well,
go ahead, Dave.
I don't think we should prejudge what the negotiation between the neighbors is going to look like. We've heard testimony, but we have a clear path forward here to, approve this application. I do think the planning proofs for the parking variance were strong. I think that otherwise the project is compliant, but we can impose conditions that give the neighbor a lot of of leverage to get some of what they want and to leave it in their hands rather than us running away from what is our responsibility in considering what's before us.
On that note, does anyone want to make a motion?
Mia has her hand raised.
I'm sorry, Mia.
Yeah, I don't think we're anywhere near to making a motion, Owen. I think there's still a lot of issues that need to be discussed here. And this is the spirit of this application represents very much what we would like to see happening. It's someone who is going to be retiring, would like to be able to stay in Princeton. It's creating more smaller housing in an area of Princeton which was actually zoned and is traditionally has this type of built environment. But there are some we cannot be taking major trees down in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood at this point. That is, critical. We are losing our shade tree canopy in this neighborhood more than any other neighborhood. And I'm really disappointed that the applicant himself, who lives in this neighborhood and should be aware of that, would come in with an application that would destroy a tree like this. It's not that difficult to redesign since the tree is almost to the lot line, something that wouldn't destroy that tree. The driveway I'm less the driveway I'm less concerned with, and I understand the neighbor's point, but they do live in a neighborhood that has this zoning and has always had this zoning, and they know that it's had this zoning. The parking variance is a no-brainer. That it's a parking requirement that, we've talked about needing to reduce anyway. But I'm wondering if the applicant could, I wish that staff would work out with the applicant before it gets to the board, an issue like this, that we know it's going to boomerang and come back to the board with something like a major tree like this. And I'm wondering if the applicant has some idea while you're here for an alternate design, so that tree could remain.
Well, if I may, the basement is easily modified in that locale so that it would strictly be a 3-foot excavation. As I said before, you can be creative with the foundation itself. There are details, particularly a grade beam, it's called, where you're only actually excavating about 12 inches. And then the two ends of the structure come down in 2 points, almost like you might frame a deck or whatever. So there's some very easy steps that would keep that construction away from damaging a good portion of the canopy. If we restricted the basement, we could come in 8 feet largely, and we would be 12 or so feet away from the center of the tree, at least. Those are the kind of steps that might be very simply applied.
Dan, is that, can you comment on that?
The location of this, I think, regardless of whether or not it has a basement, it's within, there's a tree protection zone, which is the drip line of the trees, and then there's a critical root zone, which is located within that tree protection zone, and that's where the critical roots lie. The structure as proposed is within that critical root zone, and that's really where any root damage or removal is going to be detrimental to the tree. So with the location of the structure where it is, I'm not sure that tree would make it, even if it were slab on grade. There's going to be excavation into the ground to even construct slab on grade.
Could Vasselli offer to, we could try it, Dan. If the tree dies, of course, we're responsible, and then Tony would be responsible for, at the board's discretion, 2, 3, 4 specimens on, either on the leach's property, if they were inclined to do it that way. That would create, greater canopy for everyone, including privacy for the leach's backyard. I know Tony would not be adverse to that idea. That takes the onus off of that tree. And again, not to say we wouldn't take steps to try to allow it to survive. It's not a backdoor solution. We would approach that frontally, and then if the tree wasn't making it, we would be obligated to make reparations at the board's what the board finds appropriate.
How old do you think that tree is, Dan?
I'd have to consult with
It's a
the arborist.
22-inch tree is what I heard. That is not an elderly tree. That it might be 30 years, 40 years. It's not,
Okay.
it's
But-
not a 150-year-old tree. And
But even 30 or 40 years, I'm just saying, so they plant new trees. It's, decades before there is.
of course, but I have a lot of discomfort. We approve so many applications where trees come down and replacement trees are planted. And to suddenly, essentially it feels to me like we're talking about denying this application because one tree would be killed. And we don't have to, because there's a negotiation that can happen between private property owners to come up with a solution. that wouldn't put
But
us
what
in that.
solution? They can't, they're not able to.
I don't want to prejudge it. It's between them. This is
But
a
our,
tree
but
that's
our
owned-
staff
this is a
members
tree
just
that's-
said that there isn't a solution because the
There-
structure itself.
Justin said there are several solutions. The solution may not be to keep that wall exactly where it is, but I don't want to prejudge what the solution is. I just think it's a really awkward precedent for us to be denying an application because one tree would come down that would be replaced according to our ordinance. That's not our job. Our job is to put conditions on that preserve the tree if possible, and requiring the neighbors to work it out between themselves is much, much more appropriate than us. In fact, Jerry, I don't know if you can we deny?
David, I'm
Because
not saying that, David. I'm just saying that this application has come. We've just spent, 2 hours on it. And it's sort of a no-brainer that the neighbors are gonna, we know they're not gonna agree to that tree coming down. So it's gonna end up coming back and taking more time. And I just wish that, it would make more sense if this sort of thing were worked out before it comes to us, because I think it's gonna boomerang back to us. But I hear your point. I take your point, David, although I do feel like as a board, we need to be cognizant in this neighborhood in particular, because there are social justice and equity considerations in this neighborhood with the tree canopy. And I think we need to be particularly sensitive to that. But I understand your point. And, maybe, I don't think we can deny the application because of the tree, but I wish that this had been taken into consideration beforehand.
I think one of the points here is that it's always good to talk to your neighbors before coming in with an application.
Yeah, if I may, going back to Dan's point earlier that the tree, according to the survey, is on the property line. And it can only be taken down, which would be necessary for construction to take place, if there was approval by both property owners. And Dan actually said, if it's not approved by both property owners, the project cannot proceed. I would suggest as an alternative for you to consider is just deferring decision, having it go back. So in fact, those negotiations, David, which you rightfully pointed out are a good idea, could take place, and discussions could rightfully take place between the property owner and Dr. Viselli, and see if they can come up with something that works.
I'm not sure that I don't know how I feel about that, Jerry, just because I feel David has slightly persuaded me that, we've that I don't want to set a precedent that everything that once it's here, that we send it back for negotiation. I mean, I do think that it meets with the exception of the parking variance, which to me is a no-brainer to grant. I mean, I do think we should follow the procedure that we have established now, which is that they work it out. I have a feeling we'll see it again, but I would rather, do what is required of us in terms of the law, which is unless we have an issue with that one variance, then we should approve it. That's my feeling. I just wish that it hadn't come in this form.
One way or I'm sorry, Pallavi, I'll get to you in a second. One way or another, we're going to have to. There's going to be a negotiation, whether we do it with conditions or without, and I think that it's probably better to do it as a condition of approval. That's my opinion. Pallavi, and then Nat.
Thanks. I like this application overall, and I want to support it. I also just would like to save that tree. It's a nice tree, and obviously the neighbors have a nice garden that's shaded by this tree that they've enjoyed for many years, and that's also important to keep in mind. It's also clear that the applicant is benefiting from the shared driveway with their neighbors. Obviously, there's mutual benefits there, but the applicant is benefiting from that, and the 2 apartments that will be constructed at the back of the property will be benefiting from that access, which is shared by the neighbors. And so it seems like clearly these 2 parties need to discuss more among themselves. And I'm wondering if the applicant changes the design based on the negotiation with the neighbor. Will that come back to us? Jerry, I don't know if
Yeah, no,
Justin,
that
you
certainly
can
will.
address that.
Oh, Justin, go ahead. Do you want to jump in?
Sure. I'll probably say what you're about to say, but yeah, if there was a modification to the approval, basically different from what we're seeing tonight, then they would have to come back to the board.
Right, correct.
Thank you. Nat?
Thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the comments that Mia made, and I just feel like it just look. I mean, we got to be respectful of the board's time. We just can't. This really just feels like we have like this is such a critical point. It's such a critical framing point for the way that we're thinking about what we're hearing. God, I'm. Yeah, I know that the applicants have to, present their material, but I mean, we just can't. This is so many times we hear lengthy presentations of materials by applicants that completely bypass critical framing information about the decision we have to make. And I just don't think this is more of a general process point of view, but I mean, it's already after 9 o'clock, and I just wish that we could get information that would be a little bit more respectful of us and focus us on the decisions that we need to make. I just don't think that's what's happening. So, yeah, I'm persuaded by what David's point of view. I share Mia's frustration, and it's just going to come back to us again. And it's that's the responsibility of the applicant as well. So, I'm just voicing my irritation.
Well, I'm fine with either proposal. So I'm wondering, Jerry, is there some mechanism to see whether there's a preference by the board to approve it and let them, it may come back or to defer it as I mean, I don't even know what the legal difference
There
is.
is a
between those
mechanism.
two.
Someone makes a motion and we vote on it. And that tells us how the board feels about it, which way they prefer.
Although I think the acting chair could basically poll the board on their feelings as to how to proceed in this case. And what's going to be a key, if the board approves it, is the terms of the condition with respect to further discussions with respect to the tree. If it's that the neighbor which has an ownership interest in the tree has to approve it, and it's not a question of that the applicant can go ahead and do a redesign, as you actually suggested earlier, David, just maybe alternatives. If the neighboring property owner is not interested in pursuing that, then and that could be how a condition is articulated, then it's certainly going to have to come back to the board, I would think, with a
But
redesign.
Jerry, it's not a condition of approval, right? It's the law. I mean, it's not a condition of approval. It's
a condition of approval that if the tree is in common ownership, the neighbor has to agree to take it down.
But we're
Because,
not imposing that. That is the way it always is.
but I think it makes sense to put it in the resolution, just to make it clear.
Although,
Yeah.
David, I was just commenting, one of your thoughts was if it wasn't approved by the neighbor, maybe there are alternatives that could be pursued by the applicant in terms of replacement, et cetera. But I'm hearing you now that if that's the law, it's the law. And if you can't come up with something that's acceptable to the neighbor in that regard, then they can't proceed, period.
Could I just ask if the applicant was aware that did either his attorney or anyone in the municipal side inform the applicant that he would need his neighbor's approval in order to remove this tree? I just think it's an important point because since the neighbors there does not seem to have been any discussion with the neighbors, you know, maybe he didn't know, and maybe either we need to do a better job or, you know, I don't know.
Well, I can offer, you know, the tree was mentioned in the report, one of the reports, either from Dan or Justin, but it was, I've been kind of just holding off. I mean, I don't want to disparage what the Leaches testified to, but you have to, there's a little context there that, I mean, the tree's not in a pastoral setting, you know, the parking lot from the probably 1970s on Tony's side goes right up to the line. So the tree has been dealing with that amount of oxygen, deoxygenated scenario. And on the Leaches side, there's I don't know, maybe it's a 10 by 10, 12 by 12 garden shed right on the property line, about a foot or two away from in front of this tree toward Witherspoon Street. So the tree, I guess from our team's perspective, it wasn't, you know, I mean, obviously we know trees are important, you know, everywhere. And I know Princeton takes them very, very seriously. And, you know, it wasn't that we were being callous about it. It's just, it just didn't seem to hold that, you know, an incredible amount of weight. We think it might be a Norway maple, by the way, not something a little more noble. And I wish we had entered the photos of that locale there, because it's just, I just don't want a kind of romanticized image of this tree to develop. It's not phenomenally healthy, in my opinion. And I'm not saying I'm an expert by any stretch. But I guess from our team's perspective, it wasn't an obvious, like, oh, wow, that thing's an absolute, you know, and maybe that was a mistake. Clearly it's causing a lot of consternation on everyone's part. And I think Tony would, you know, he believes in the plan. He would like not to modify it. We think we have a lot of strong ideas, a little bit unique ideas, and we would like to pursue this plan. So we would, you know, we're anxious to try to get over this hurdle. And I'm sure Tony would entertain any and all ideas to resolve it. You know, it's not, we not, you know, we know we have to take it seriously, and you know, that's clear. So.
All right, I'd like to go to Julie and then Alvin.
Oh, hey, Owen, I just wanted to ask about the driveway, just to make sure I understand that that's not another thing. Like, does there have to be an agreement on the driveway?
If we make that a condition of approval, which was recommended by staff.
So if the neighbors refuse to agree, that would be another problem that would prevent this from happening.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Alvin?
The issue here again is the tree being on the property line. Regardless of anything else, the tree's on the property line, which means that, you know, the neighbors have a right to say what happens with that tree. I don't see how you get around it. So again, I'm on the side of, well, give them an opportunity to work it out, but probably part of the condition should also be maybe they work out an alternative, something else, so a redesign or something else that you know preserves the tree and do it. I don't know, but I would think that opportunity should be given to the parties, and if they have to come back, well, you know, they'll come back.
I guess the question is, Alvin, is it a condition of approval, or do you think that they should go and have a negotiation before we?
Well, it has to be. Well, it has to be a condition of, well, no, you could have a negotiation now, I guess. But, you know, on for kind of, let's move it along, because even if they worked it out, they still gonna have to come back and say, we've reached some, or unfortunately, we've reached some conclusion on what we want to do here. So I would say it's a condition of approval.
Okay, thank you.
I agree, Alan.
Freddie?
Yeah, I just have kind of general question. Maybe this is for Jerry. In a case like this, where there's property which is owned by two people and only one is an applicant, in order for the application to be complete or to, I mean, don't they have to show ahead of time that they've got approval from the neighbor? I mean, is there some requirement that they've consulted, you know, where they know ahead of time that I mean, this is this is not the typical situation, but where they know ahead of time that on their property is something that's owned by somebody else, don't they need to have the approval before they come here to do it?
I don't think so. But whether something is deemed complete, it's a function of whether all the provisions in the checklist ordinance as to what is necessarily must be filed to be deemed complete have been satisfied. This is such an unusual situation. I would not expect them to have that, although it would be a good idea if they, certainly a very good idea if they did. It would save a lot of time on everybody's behalf. But I think it could and has legitimately been deemed complete without that. But it's a very good point. And Justin, you want to jump in on that?
Well, I think there's a difference if, you know, someone's saying, hey, I'm going to take my lot and my neighbor's lot and do something with it. In this case, we're talking about a tree that's, you know, on the line. So I don't think it's truly someone else's property. The same with the driveway access. They're not necessarily changing that, or they're not necessarily changing the portion of the driveway that's not on their property. Although it's tied together in terms of use. So I think it's just a slightly different, kind of scenario than one in which we would say, no, you can't come to us, with land that doesn't belong to you.
They can't take the tree down without somebody else's consent.
Right.
I mean, they can use the easement, which they don't have, but they can use the driveway, but they can't take the tree down without somebody else's consent.
Mm-hmm.
So to come in here and say they want to take a tree down without that consent is, I would think, troubling at the very least. I'm asking generally because.
Again, I don't think they've said, first of all, they didn't want to take the tree down at all. Staff was suggesting that it wasn't going to survive and that it was necessary to do that. Secondly, they're not saying they want to do it without the neighbor's consent. I mean, if we're going to impose a condition that says this tree is owned jointly and they need the property owner's consent, I have not heard the applicant say we're not willing to accept that condition. So I just think it's, I really, I think we're beating this to death. But let's hear what Claudia has to say.
Exactly, Claudia.
One additional part of the condition regarding the tree that I would have a concern about is since Mr. Schmidt said that construction could be modified to limit the basement and the excavation, but yet Mr. Weissman said that any construction would likely damage the tree, then we're not only talking about not taking the tree down without the Leach's agreement, but we're also talking about not doing anything that in Dan Weissman or our municipal arborist's opinion would damage the tree. So that if it was deemed that they could do construction, not by us, but by the architect and the applicant, and they damage the tree, are we in a position where we ended up with a result we don't want? Meaning that the tree cannot be damaged and any design existing or modified could not damage the tree, even if the tree was left up.
So just to clarify your point, Claudia, what you're saying is even if the neighbor agreed that the tree could come down, that somehow we should be saying that it can't come down?
No,
No, what I'm saying is that if there is a scheme, a design in which the tree is remaining standing, so the neighbor doesn't need to approve anything, but it is a municipal arborist's opinion or Dan Weissman's opinion that the design will cause damage to the tree, then it cannot go forward.
Yeah, just one important thing there is the design that's out there right now is the only design that you're approving that they would have to follow up on. If there was a different scheme, let's say they, cut 20 feet off the building or something like that, that would be the type of thing that they have to come back to the board for the modification of the approval. So, unless there was an explicit condition allowing for a monumental change to the design, and even then, I don't know if we would be able to make that a condition. Those alternatives would not happen until they came back to the board.
And Justin, we're all saying the same thing, basically, Freddie, Claudia and I, which is, it's really a catch-22 here. And, I don't know what could have been done differently, but I hope we can, sort of learn some lessons because but to Jerry's point, it seems very unusual. So we'll just.
I mean, actually, what should have been done differently is that the applicant should have discussed this application with their neighbors well in advance while they were in the design phase. This happens all the time. Anytime somebody comes with an application where they're looking for a variance, it's design 101. Talk to your neighbors and make sure that they're on board with what you want to do. I don't think staff could have done anything differently, but I think that it's very unfortunate that the applicant didn't get buy-in from the neighbor rather than just sending them legal notice 10 days in advance.
I did want to just thank Mr. Schmidt for his candor. It's really nice to have professionals who are, honest like that. Appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. On that note, now, would anybody like to make a motion and then we will attach conditions to the motion? David, I see your hand up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Will anybody second?
So I'll just say, move to approve the application with the parking variance.
Right.
And with the conditions as recommended by staff for the approval to take the tree down, for the cross access easement on the driveway, and other conditions as recommended by staff in their memo.
Okay. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Nat, thank you very much. Jerry, do you want to go through the?
Well, what if I might want to propose something of a modification?
You can offer a friendly amendment. Offer a friendly amendment, Alvin.
Pretty much. I think it's pretty much that the condition of the tree that they have to consult one another, and that there is and part of that discussion could be, or consideration could be, of an alternative by the applicant for a different design. For a different design there where the tree wouldn't be taken down or damaged, where the root wouldn't be damaged there. I am assuming that if there is an alternative, that of course the applicant's going to have to come back and say, hey, here's what we've done, here's what we can do, and propose that to the board. So if that's not too convoluted, what I said, I think there should be part of an option here should be of a different. The applicant should be given a chance to have an alternative design where if there's no agreement on the removal of the tree, that could be proposed?
Well, Mr. McGowan, not to talk out of turn, I think Justin mentioned that if we were to approval with.
Sir, we're in
I'm
board deliberations now. This is not.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
Alvin, let me tell you the notes that I've taken with respect to that. At first, I thought, this is really, certainly relates to what you're saying. I thought it would simply be sufficient to say the tree cannot be removed without the consent of the neighbor. But then we heard a lot of testimony about, well, we could do certain things in terms of the excavation, et cetera, et cetera. So I would modify that, and I think it meets all of your concerns, unless redesign and construction techniques will not damage the tree, in the opinion of the municipal arborist. It's not sufficient for them to come in and say, okay, well, we're only going to excavate 1 foot. It's going to be slab on grade, et cetera, et cetera. The municipal arborist has to sign off that the tree is not going to be damaged. How does that sound?
It sounds good. Can I sort of just add something else though to that maybe?
Sure. What I was going to just say one more thing, and that was, I don't think we need to say that the applicant can pursue alternative designs, but there's certainly no harm in saying that at all.
Okay, that's the other thing I think.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, that's the other thing I would think about adding there. I mean, if I heard Justin right, they're going to have, if they do decide they want some more alternative design, they're still going to have to come back in front of the board.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah,
that's correct. I just want to be clear for your motion, though. It started to sound like they would need the approval of the neighbor to come back, and that's not necessarily.
No,
that's not the case. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Mm-hmm. Understood.
So again, that would be, my only other, and if you could add that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will.
Okay, Jerry.
Nan, you okay with that as the seconder?
That's okay with that.
I'm okay with
Yes,
that.
I'll add verbality to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we have to go through all the other conditions as well?
I don't know.
Well, the applicant and the neighbors also have to come to an agreement on the cross easement access. Cross access easement, sorry.
It might make sense to go through the comments from the engineering and zoning report.
Okay, let me first go through, as I usually do, my notes. And this might already be in the report, that the applicant should meet with the landscape architect and arborist on site with respect to the magnolia in the front to protect it. The cross access easement is necessary. There's such a thing as an easement by implication, but I think, which is something that's been used for access for many years, the party getting the advantage of that and being the beneficiary of it can have an easement by implication, but that would involve litigation. I don't think we should get into that. I just mentioned it. Now, the sidewalk on the side of the house will provide pedestrian access to the rear apartments. That's not shown on the plans, right? I mean, it was shown in the slide presentation, but that was pretty much it.
With modifications, as Councilman Cohen mentioned.
Yes.
And also, Polly had some questions about pervious paving. I don't know that we want to require that. I think the applicant was resistant to that, but
Yeah, I have not listed that. Is the canopy going to be solar ready? My understanding it is. Okay, that would be a condition. The magnolia in the front will be, its protection will be maximized through relocation of facilities. And that's utilities, and that's to be addressed during compliance. And they will defer to the arborist in that regard. Then the reorientation of the bicycle parking. Could somebody give me more detail on what that entails?
Jerry, there's a condition in the engineering and zoning.
Okay.
Memo that
That's fine.
Work with staff to correct it.
That the sidewalk in the front is being replaced by the municipality, and it will be repaired if it is damaged by the applicant. And then part of the curb coming up the driveway on the right side will be depressed. Two window would eliminate. Is it the two windows on the sidewall, or eliminate one of the two windows? I believe it's one of the two. Was that this morning, Mr. Schmidt?
It's only one window, sir.
Oh, okay.
It's a second floor window.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then just going over the engineering and zoning report. Under section 4.0, utilities relocated away from the existing magnolia. So that would be that would be staff comment 1. Staff comment 2 is under section 4.0 B, which deals with the Norway maple. We've already addressed that. The cross easements. There are two parts to that. Secure a cross easement with the owner of lot 3 to provide continued use of the existing driveway by both owners. Additionally, the driveway access to the adjacent lot during construction should be coordinated with the adjacent lot owner. And Dan, jump in if you think things should not be in or are missing things. Okay, we talked about H1, which is a sidewalk. H2 is the alternative site layout. We've already addressed that. The depressed curb, this is H3. The depressed curb at the pathway connecting the entryway to lot 2 should be relocated to the south to provide separation between the pathway and the adjacent vehicle parking space. But did we just agree to depress that curb? Is that rather than relocating it? Dan?
That would be on the eastern side of the site. That'd be the opposite side of that depressed curve.
Okay. So for your H3,
I think they testified that they were okay with leaving that in.
okay,
Mr. Schmidt testified to that.
okay. And the 3 bicycle parking spaces, what do we say about that? And this is your I1.
They'll work it out with staff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jerry, can I ask you a question?
sure.
Just going back to H1, the sidewalk along the lot frontage shall be reconstructed in its entirety if disturbed. Since it's a new sidewalk, are there requirements to match the same materials or use the same construction specs? Is that something that comes up later?
Dan, would you agree? I would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Using the same details as the Witherspoon Phase 3 improvements project.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. And also staff comment I1, the inverted U racks and these are the bicycles, shall be placed 2 feet away from the adjacent structure as recommended by the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals. Then J is about the utility services, and that has to be completed before the Witherspoon street repaving and phase 3.
Related to that, can I ask, Dan, since it sounds like compliance is going to take a while with the negotiations with the neighbors, is there a way to allow them to do the utility work before full compliance?
Yeah.
If they're willing to do that so that we can avoid the moratorium?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Noted as that's a permitted early start work.
Yeah, let me make a note of that. Okay. Then this has been classified as a minor site development. And the staff comment is no minor detrimental effects. There are no minor detrimental effects that do not cumulatively constitute a major detrimental effect, and no major detrimental effects are anticipated. It's recommended that the proposed site development be classified as a minor. I would suggest we leave it classified as a minor unless the board thinks otherwise.
That's fine.
Okay.
Jerry,
Yes.
did we discuss, I think it was Pallavi's suggestion about the imprint in the rear parking lot to direct pedestrians to the residential units in the back?
No, thank you, Derek.
Yes, sir.
Derek, are you referring to the idea of having the 2 doors closer together and having the interior arrangement with the stairs on the common wall?
No, I was talking about having some kind of design in the parking lot in the back that would kind of visually direct people to the edges of the parking lot area to walk back to their units.
I think we did actually. That was one of the conditions that Jerry talked about early on.
Sorry.
That I think we wanted to approve the alternate plan that was presented in sketch form.
Thanks.
To the satisfaction of staff if there are any changes.
Right.
Okay. And then I'm now up to 5.0. And it would be the standard stuff about construction cost estimates appropriate by superior higher level agencies.
Jerry, Mr. Muller, the only thing I would suggest I inadvertently had left out on the agency approvals would also be the Princeton Sewer Department.
Okay. So that's it.
Well, Jerry, there's one other I don't think you covered, about the 2 replacement trees. And the suggestion from the applicant was that they would fit 1 replacement tree in the rear and contribute to the shade tree fund, if the board agrees with that.
Okay, I thought the idea that the removal of that's replacement for
Oh,
the.
it's okay. You're right. It's
Yeah.
the one we've been talking about all night.
Right. Okay. So that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jerry. So we have a motion and a second, and we've all heard the conditions. Carrie, would you mind calling the roll?
Certainly, yes. Mr. Bodekheimer,
Yes.
Ms. Capizoli,
Yes.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. McGowan,
Yes.
was that a yes?
Yes.
Ms. Nuka,
You're on mute, Polly.
Yes. Did you get that?
yes, I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perlmutter had stated she stepped away and did not want to be called, so I am not calling on her. It was just for a small portion of time. Ms. Sachs,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson Anderson,
Yes.
and Mr. O'Donnell.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time to
Yep.
the applicant team.
And I did tell my wife this would be a quick one, and again, I knew the moment I said it.
So it's your fault, Jerry. You jinxed us.
I'm not kidding.
You'll be in trouble again when you get home.
And-
Thank you very much. I know Tony's very excited about it and hope we can iron out the issues, but thank you to the board very
As
much.
do we. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Carrie, if you would bring Louise over, and I think that it's time for a 10-minute break.
She's here, and yes.
I'm here, and yes, I agree that you all deserve 10-minute break. See you at 9:52.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We will move on to our second application of the night, Morienko and Marlon Ayodele, continued from April 11th, 2024. This is a minor subdivision and site plan with variances at 469 Ewing Street, block 7202, lot 13. File number P2322-255MS/PM. We have 26 people in the attendees room. I think, Justin, I'll ask you to start and perhaps summarize the ways in which the applicant has changed the plan to respond to concerns, advice, etc., from the board and also from neighbors. And then we'll turn to the applicant, and I would just beg the applicant to be mindful of time and be as efficient as possible tonight, because if possible, it would be good to finish if we can. But of course, we have a lot of interested people, and I don't want to, obviously, we'll hear from everyone who wants to speak with a 3-minute time frame. Okay, Justin?
Madam Chair,
Oh,
before Justin starts, just wanted to say the board had previously taken jurisdiction,
Mhm.
and it heard it in April It was carried to June 20, and then it was carried again till tonight.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll follow that directive as well. Just a reminder, and we already used this as an exhibit, so I don't think we need to mark it. The property is at 469 Ewing Street. If my map's showing, yep, as you can see here in blue, on that NJ parcel map by Rowan. It's a 0.44 acre lot with a home on it. That home has had a second attached unit at times in the past. The proposed subdivision remains the same from the previous meetings. And that would be to split up the lot into 2.22 acre lots, whereas 0.25 acres is the minimum lot area required in this R6 zone. Thus, the applicant is still requesting variances from lot area, lot width, and lot depth on each of the proposed 2 lots. The applicant is no longer asking for variances related to the structures. You may remember the buckets of variances. The buckets are gone. The proposal has been revised to include a primary house on the front part of each lot with an accessory dwelling unit towards the rear of each lot. A carport would be attached to each primary house, removing the need for the detached garages that were proposed in the first place in the rear of the lot. The primary houses have been reduced in size from nearly 1,900 square feet to about 1,300 each, with walkways leading to their front doors from Ewing Street. And I'm kind of just going over high level of the big things that we've discussed at previous meetings that have changed. The ADUs are about 788 square feet of floor area within 1 story and an attic. A shared driveway is still proposed, though there is no longer any parking proposed in front of the main houses as in a past design. This proposal does not utilize the proportional FAR floor area ratio. Rather, it uses the 25% allowed in the R6 zone. Additionally, it has been designed to meet the impervious coverage maximum of 36% for lots between 1/4 and 1/2 of an acre, not the 49.5% allowed for lots up to 1/4 of an acre, although these obviously would be under that threshold just by the size. The municipal landscape architect met with the applicant, and I'll defer to him on his report from June 12th. But I will note that the applicant has not provided a landscape plan to account for the 17 mature trees they would plan on removing with this application. Rather, they've deferred to future review by the landscape subcommittee of the board, which could be made a condition of approval if the application was approved. That's all I have for now. I do want to just truly thank the applicant for returning to the board these 3, maybe 4 times over the past 5 months to reevaluate and redesign their application based on the board's comments. At any time, they could have removed the application and utilized the underlying zoning, which would not require a public hearing like the one tonight at 9:58 p.m. It would not have a review of things like trees and landscaping, which sometimes we go into detail on. And the development allowed by right would be about 4,800 square feet of floor area ratio in one home or in split up between one home and an accessory dwelling unit. So that's what they could have done, and they chose not to, and they chose to stick with us all these months. So that being said, Dan and Derek are here with their reports, as is Dan Dobromilski. You may want to hear from them now or turn it over to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to know if any of them has anything in particular they want to flag, and in light of the earlier conversation, I would ask if we know if any of the trees that are slated to be removed are under common ownership with neighboring property owners. In other words, are any of the trees on the property line? Dan, do you know? I mean, that's maybe a question for the applicant to address as well. But Dan, if you happen to know either of the Dans, Dobromilski or Wiseman, if you happen to know, I think it would be good to speak to that.
This is Dan Dobromilski. Good evening. Thank you. My recollection is that they are not. The trees are all on their property. There are some trees along the edges, but they're actually will be saving those trees.
Okay.
Partially due to the proposed design in this case, where they have the central court.
Okay. Anything you want to flag, Dan or Derek? I assume Derek no, because does not have his camera on.
No, Justin's correct. They removed all the variances except the lot area, lot width, and lot frontage.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Kennedy, you want to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members
Yep.
of the board, Ryan Kennedy from Stevens and Lee for the homeowners here, Jimmy and Marlon. Thank you to all of you for sticking up with us for all these meetings, which I think go back to 2022 for our first concept on this matter. So we're appreciative of the process. We're excited to be kind of at the end of it, particularly at the April meeting, when we went through almost a bit of a charrette at the end to talk through what direction this board wanted us to go. And we feel we heard you loud and clear. Proportional FAR, no. Using the graduated coverage that's available for a lot of this size, no. Reversing things so the main house was up front with the ADUs behind, and ultimately designing with smaller homes so that there's many, all of the design type variances related to putting ADUs up front are all gone. That's the buckets that Justin mentioned before. We are very appreciative of both that feedback, of working with these homeowners over these years now, and particularly for staff for the last couple of months. The feedback we got at that meeting did result in a significant redesign and a lot of work from our engineering and architectural team. And it was a several back and forths to make sure we got it right technically with your staff. And we're very much appreciative, Justin and the team, and for Dan Dolbrowski for meeting with our folks out the site to go through the trees. We hope we've done all the homework and responsive to what the board was looking for with this application. We will keep this brief. We've got two witnesses here that you heard from last time. First, I'll have our architect, Marina Rabina, go through the changes, and then we've got our engineer for the little testimony, and he's also our planner. You heard him in our last application just a few minutes ago, or hours, I suppose, with last application. We'll make sure we get the planning proofs on the record. But with that, Marina, we've got...
Ryan, I apologize. I think Jim was going first. No?
If we could just skip through these slides then to Jim, if you want to join me then for the zoning table here, and then we'll get to your planning testimony at the end.
All right, so just to summarize here, as mentioned, the 3 variance reliefs still: lot area for a slight lot area reduction, lot width and lot frontage, both similar in context. And most importantly, when we left, I think several board members and Mr. Cohen asked us to get us as close to 36% imperviate, reduce it down from that 44, which we did, as you can see on the table here. We've dialed in the heights of the building so that they comply, and our FAR is 24.9, which is less than a 25 total required. Everything else complies.
And Jerry, I believe this is a new PowerPoint.
Yes, apologies. Well, if we could mark this as A2. Many of the slides we've all seen before, but I think it'd be just easier to call it something new.
And then here's just a summary. We started last time at 44% and made a pretty significant reduction with the parking in the driveway, et cetera, down to 36% max for both lots.
Well, by the way, this should be A3.
Apologies.
A1 and A2.
And then here on slide 6, we're highlighting the 2 subdivided properties. And as previously mentioned, we were asked to put the ADUs in the rear and have the single family presence at the front. So you can see the single family homes located at the front with pedestrian access to the front of the single family home, as well as laterally to the driveway. We're maintaining this common shared driveway, which also assists in that impervious coverage reduction. We also reoriented the parking, and Ms. Wilson asked if we could possibly eliminate the garage at the rear and any parking that faces the rear property line. We eliminated the garages, converted those to that area to green space, and then provided carports behind each of the single family units for 2 stalls, and then also similarly outside of the carport, a stall for each of the ADUs respectively. On this slide too, we were asked to relocate some of the utility trenching from the front of the property to the rear, see if we could put some utilities in the central driveway corridor to minimize impacts to the peripheral area coming through and areas of trees, etc. So we did modify those utility trench locations, especially down near that southerly, or that property line at the bottom of the page where we have existing trees that'll be maintained. So they've been adjusted as was asked. And then we also made some modifications and incorporated pervious pavement, green infrastructure BMP for stormwater management within the parking area in order to sort of consolidate and maintain the open space in the yards. Now you can see that the front yards, we have a more traditional walkway to the front of each single family dwelling. We don't have the rain gardens that were previously proposed in the front, but we still do have compliance for stormwater management with this relocated BMP for the 36% impervious coverage on both lots. And then on slide number 8, this slide contains number 1, the results of a site meeting that we had with staff. We were asked to take a closer look at the location of the existing trees relative to the proposed buildings, and also their condition relative to what trees would be appropriate to maintain on the site. And with staff, we actually went through each and every tree on the property and evaluated them. And we prepared this table in the upper right-hand corner, which highlights each of the trees, number 42 through number 59, whether they're going to be removed or remain, and then also the particular reasons for possible removal. And, you know, we started with staff at the front of the property, and we traversed and looked at each and every individual tree with the effort of what would be the best case scenario and what trees could we maintain. And we have some ideas about potentially some trees that could be maintained on the property. However, there's a significant amount of trees, and we've listed them here, that are in decay, have codominant stems, and that ultimately will result in future potential of tree fall, etc., from those structural conditions, and then other disease conditions that we witnessed on various other trees. And if there are specific questions, we can certainly go through those together. Moreover, along the frontage, one of the concepts that seemed to ring true to us when we were in the field was that we have one of the large Norway spruce that's in the upper right-hand corner, or in the southwest-hand corner of the site, upper right-hand corner there, which is clearly in decay and has several years left as well. We also have one Norway spruce in the central portion of the property, just below the cursor there, that would be removed as a result of its proximity to the driveway, which really needs to be located there so that we can have one shared driveway and not two. And then we have a condition there where we have these very old trees that was identified basically at the end of their lifespan, with perhaps 10 or 15 years left, for example, but then they would also be in serious decay, number 1. And then number 2, with the removal of 2 of the 4 trees along the front, there was a bit of a concern of possible, because of the shallow roots, increased wind load on those trees because they're no longer functioning together necessarily as one unit. So in discussing it with the arborist and Mr. Dobromilski at the site, the conclusion of the site was, if we could come up with a detailed final landscaping plan, subject to landscape committee review, which included new, robust, sustainable tree structure over a long period of time of street trees coupled with evergreen trees behind that within the front yard, yet maintaining open space and some understory vegetation there, that would likely be a superior condition for the redevelopment of this property and for the maintenance and preservation, in an ongoing way for trees in the safest way possible on the property. So if you look down on the lower property line at the bottom, we're proposing to maintain all of those arborvitae along the property line. And then in this particular area, upon close review, they're very low foliage, poor condition trees, which we thought could be replaced and supplemented, and provide some buffering condition of that yard with the neighbor, if it was decided that we wanted a more enhanced buffer at that location. And we've included that within this final landscape plan recipe to the right of all of these particular points that would be included here. As we proceeded around the back, we also proposed evergreen trees along the rear property line, and then these other green circles would be proposed deciduous trees, basically just showing you that with a final landscaping plan, we'll be able to provide the necessary number of trees that are viable in a safe structural condition and in a non-diseased condition that would be well suited for both of the structures on the site, both the single family and the ADU. And then to that end, we also discussed the quantifying the overall number of replacement trees, which is at this point 26 would be required, and that could be established as a budget for the final landscaping plan that would be designed and approved by the landscape subcommittee. If this was approved based upon this particular modified layout, which you guys are seeing all for the first time, and we can focus on the particular key areas on the property, the frontage, the top of the page with the privet hedgerow, and supplementing that, the rear and the properties along the rear property line, and then at the bottom of the page, just as I spoke, that arborvitae area and those lower quality plantings that could be supplemented. So I think the summary here is, we evaluated specifically the conditions of the trees, and at the end of the day, it seemed to be the consensus of the group was, we can do better with a robust tree replacement plan here, as opposed to trying to maintain some structurally compromised trees in different locations of the site. And then we put together under the final landscape plan notes various specifics that the landscape subcommittee can focus on as criteria for that what would be a condition of approval here.
Jim, one more thing here, that site visit and the the understanding of the condition of some of those trees, I guess, does that also give the some flexibility as to possibility of a sidewalk here on this side of the street? I know it's in Princeton's plan, and maybe a block away, Princeton will be installing it, but with the flexibility to reconfigure those trees, was it create that as an opportunity perhaps to insert a sidewalk where it might be useful in the future?
The future street trees along the frontage, and as that's replanted, that can be coordinated with a sidewalk to be installed there. And then also, if there's grading that needs to be adjusted to make that happen, this type of replanting of the frontage would facilitate that.
Thanks, Jim. So Jim will return wearing his planner hat in a few minutes, but perhaps if the board professionals have questions for him from a engineering or civil engineering perspective, that'll be his testimony now. Our intention would be to go through architecture and then return to him in his planning capacity. I'm happy to take questions now.
David?
Yeah, so one question regarding the sidewalk that we were just talking about. I mean, I think that's actually a requirement rather than, I mean, because if it's denoted in our sidewalk plan, I think when you do a development like this, it's required to put it in. Is that correct?
I'm not positive if that's an absolute municipal requirement or not. I mean, I think the sidewalk doesn't exist on either of the property lines, but certainly, or the adjacent properties currently, but if that's a requirement, you know, certainly no objection to providing that.
Justin, I saw you on mute.
I
Yeah,
believe that's only if it's a major subdivision application.
okay.
And I did, I'll address that. I did have a comment in a few of these reports, advocating for the sidewalks, even though they'd be kind of sidewalks to nowhere for now. After discussing, with our own staff, I think, and you know, I'm seeing this for the first time, but this seems like a reasonable approach. Most likely if there were to be sidewalks on, that side of Ewing, it would be done as a municipal project. You know, it's not like we're going to see each and every one of these redeveloped. So I think it's fair to do it this way.
Okay, but I would like to, you know, maybe show it as a phantom so that the tree locations for the street trees provide for that future installation of the sidewalk.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, and the other comment I just want to make, and this is, I know it's already been said, but I really appreciate the applicant has essentially addressed every single comment that the board had the last time, at least all the comments that I can remember. And one of those comments was concern about maneuvering space for the cars on the site. And Jim didn't mention it in his presentation, I think, unless I dozed off for a sec. But even that concern has been addressed, and all of the cars have ample room to, you know, to turn around on site and get back out onto Ewing Street front first, which was something that was important. So I wanna recognize that.
Yeah, thank you. And this tree summary table, I know the original one was incorrect in a few ways. I assume this has been updated and, you know, double and triple checked so that everything on here is correct in terms of tree species and location and size and everything.
Yeah, I apologize. I did send my surveyor back out there and rename some of those trees. I think there was one typo, I think Mr. Dobromilski pointed out, where I had a red maple as non-native, but it is native, so we'll fix that. But this is the latest and greatest and should be accurate, you know, per what we talked about last time.
Good. And I'm having a little trouble reading part of the table. So tree number 42, which is a 24-inch caliper oak, does the table say that that tree is dead? It's the first one on the table.
It's diseased, yeah, and that's over, I guess, on top of the page in that top side yard.
Correct. And
that's a pin oak
because
that's-
oaks are so valuable, it's not that one, it's the one to the left of, well, where your cursor was. It's sort of in the middle
of the site,
and closest to the property line, I think.
Right.
So that's one that stuck out to me, depending on its health and condition. That would be great to retain it if it's healthy, but you're saying that it's not. So you know, I defer to people who have seen it in person and who are expert on these things. Yeah, okay.
And I tried to put the detail in this table to sort of explain the what, you know, in terms of their condition and the challenges with the shallow roots above grade and things like that. So,
yeah. Are other questions for Mr. Kmielek before we move on? Seeing none. So are we going now to Ms. Rubina and then back?
Correct.
to
Then we'll
Mr.
finish
Kmielek?
with our, we, because we weren't sure how many variances we'd have after the last meeting, we didn't do our planning testimony, so we will quickly get to that. So Marina, if you want to go to the next slide and show the board the revised architectural design.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So I'm going to try to really briefly address other comments that were made architecture related that we also addressed and modified. And I think one of the comments that we heard is the desire was to reorient the site where the main homes would be located near the street, and then the ADUs would be located in the back so that they would be essentially not visible, so that from the street it would appear as if these are pretty standard modern scale homes. So this is a street view that indicates, and we feel that what we're trying to create, not only we believe good looking homes, but they're also trying to create a center welcoming entry point to the site with the shared driveway, which allows us to save space and save impervious coverage space, and kind of creates a little community. So this is the view from the other side. So yes, you will get a little glimpse or a peek of the ADU, but it's substantially smaller and it's not dominating in any shape or form the street view, so that wouldn't be creating a detrimental effect on the street. And then this is a site cross section, which indicates what you would be seeing as you're on that shared driveway. So at first, let me briefly look back. So there's a walkway to the home if, kids are walking to school or people are walking to work. And then
Marina, as you go through these slides, if you could indicate what slide you're on.
yes, so this is slide number 11. And right here we have steps that are leading to the front porch as well, so you can go across and visit your neighbor. And as you proceed, this is the view of the carport that's located behind the main home. This would be the space for the ADU car to be parked. And then this is the ADU itself. With the side door is the access to sort of our bike storage / shed. The next view is the reverse. So if you're standing way at the back and you're looking at the street, what we're trying to create is kind of a communal central courtyard. And as David mentioned, everybody could turn around and exit facing forward, but it kind of create a central space for the people who are going to live there. And then as we talked about, and the idea here is to create kind of a pinwheel design that, although there's a communal central court, everybody has their private space. Although it's not large, but everybody got a little covered outdoor space and a place for a garden and to be outside. So this is the northern house, before I get confused. This is the main house in the front. This is the ADU in the back, and they also see, so they're not looking at each other's windows, so that they're all oriented so that they have privacy, but at the same time, they're part of a larger complex.
Slide 14.
Thank you. And then now we are back at the front where, again, as you're walking down the street, you kind of get sort of a glimpse of something beyond there, but it's definitely not a major presence. And you can kind of see here, so yes, the homes address the street, but you could also go across and, visit your neighbors that way. If there are any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any. Ryan and Jim, did I leave anything off or forget anything?
Justin, when he started his initial description of the project, talked about the 4,800 square foot home that could be built here. Could you remind the board, or just what size of the homes actually are designed now? I think things got scaled back even further from the kind of modest homes that were presented initially. Do you want to quickly take the board through the sizing, I suppose, or what?
Yes. So the overall square footage of the homes is 1,600 square feet, and the overall square footage of the ADU is 788. And there's no bonus here being provided. So all of that area basically could have been lumped in one object of any shape or form. So nobody's getting away with anything or getting any bonuses. This is literally taking the same exact volume that was available and using it differently.
Got it.
Hopefully, did I explain that correctly?
Yeah, but I just thought it'd be helpful them to hear though, compared to what could be built, the size of the homes at about 1,600 square feet as a comparison, as when they hear the planning testimony about what, would fit into the neighborhood necessarily.
Correct. And I didn't feel that it was necessary to go over the floor plans since you guys already have them in your packages and they're on the website, but I have them in case anybody has a specific question. I'm happy to pull them up and answer any specific question if anybody would like to see it.
One last one, because I know there was some question about it, but ultimately you found a way to find some kind of outdoor bike storage space in some of these units.
I'm not sure what you mean by outdoor
Never
bike
mind.
space.
All right.
We do have indoor bike space
sorry.
Yeah, you're getting confused. No. So the ADUs are allowed to have a little place for bikes that is allocated in the ordinance. I think it's 48 square
That's right.
feet.
It's accessible from the outside, but there's bike storage areas.
Yes, thank you. And if you remember, I showed this is the door. Remember how I was saying that there's a little bike storage access? Yeah, this is the door. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Rubina.
I'm happy to answer any questions or comments or show any more
Any
pictures.
questions from board members or staff for Marina Rubina, architecturally speaking? Seeing none, are we going on to planning testimony now?
Absolutely. Jim, if you
Yeah,
want to.
so I'm happy to mute myself, and Jim, I'll just
Please do.
drive the slides as you need me.
All right, great. So we'll go to the next slide.
Slide 16.
So as I mentioned here, the variances that we're requesting really relate to two things. One is lot area, where we have a slightly undersized condition where 10,890 square feet are required, and each of the new lots will have 9,598 square feet. That would be a variance condition. And then we have the width of the lots, which are characterized in two ways. One is regular lot width and lot frontage, where 85 is required, and we're providing 67 for lot frontage and change, and 63.4 and 63.2 for lot width on this particular plan. And the next slide, if you remember, we did provide detailed testimony as to the context of the existing lots, specifically within this block and within the local neighborhood, which are on the order of 60-foot wide lots and similar lot areas that we're requesting as part of this application. So really lot 13 at 0.44 square feet, which is our lot. As you can see, it is an anomaly, and the proposed lots that we are proposing will be more consistent with the neighborhood and will fit the forms much better from a neighborhood context with the plan that we're proposing relative to these two specific lots. So in terms of more detail on the next slide, Marina, you can see that lot 13 here, where we're in excess of 60-foot lot width and frontage. To the left, you can see lots 15 and 16. All of these lots here are 60 feet wide, which are narrower than the property that we're talking about tonight. So this is further detail that the shape of the lots relative to the subdivision will fit the overall neighborhood context. And what that'll do, if you go to the next slide, Marina, as well as that will also drive the structures on the property to fit the smaller lots that are in this particular neighborhood. The result that that has is taking the overall allowable FAR in excess of 4,000 square feet and separating that in smaller building forms and building mass that results in, at least in our view, with less impact on adjacent properties relative to those forms of building mass, because they're separated and we have basically spaces between them, as opposed to a large, broad wall type structure across the property frontage, which would be less in keeping with narrower lots, narrower structures and deeper structures, which are sort of the rhythm in the overall neighborhood when you take a look at the aerial and the tax map. So next slide. Okay, so relative to the planning testimony, just to hit some highlights on this, In the C2 context, we see that these variances relate to this specific lot and this property and the physical characteristics of lot 36, of this lot in the R6 zone. We feel that it supports special reasons in the context of the purposes of zoning, specifically E, to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities and concentrations that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, and the preservation of the environment. We feel that the creation of 2 single-family residential lots out of 1 large lot, where the new lots are, though slightly substandard, are still in character with other lots in the area with respect to width and overall area. This also provides an opportunity to include a permitted use of an ADU specifically advocated by the municipal ordinance. And again, that's not specifically related to the variance we're requesting, because we're talking about the dimensional characteristics of the lots. But in the development potential and relative to the site plan approval that we're requesting separately as part of this application, that opportunity for the ADUs, which is a desire of the municipality, is included here. So to that end, purpose G, to provide appropriate locations for a variety of residential uses to meet the needs of New Jersey citizens. This will provide opportunities for a variety of housing types, as discussed in the overall ordinance and master plan, to increase types of housing in the municipal housing stock. It also has proximity to mixed use centers, in this case, the Princeton Shopping Center, which is in very close proximity to the property, along with public transportation and a bus stop within 1/10 of a mile, including other transit opportunities at the Princeton Shopping Center. So with this configuration, the single-family homes at the front and the ADUs in the back, we feel, at least, as though it's a respectful infill development that will increase housing supply and diversity. We also feel that the architectural plan, the layout, the minimization of the impervious coverage, and what Marina has come up with would support purpose I, to promote a desirable visual environment through creative development techniques, good civic design arrangements that's driven by the common driveway and the relationship between the new lots and how they sort of function as a small community. And as I mentioned, we feel that these lot configurations will reduce the overall scale, because we have smaller housing forms on each of the 2 lots instead of something very large on a big lot as it relates to massing. And lastly, I think it does support several elements related to the master plan in terms of more broadly providing opportunities for ADUs to be incorporated into properties, as well as through variance relief, which may be required in order to facilitate the incorporation of ADUs. And this would provide a component also for the so-called missing middle component that was discussed in the master plan. As far as the negative criteria, we've reduced the impervious coverage substantially, provided a viable green infrastructure element for management of the stormwater. From a traffic perspective, there was testimony given, and I believe in the municipal reports, that there's no substantial impact from traffic, because of the number of lots is low. The overall streetscape will be supported, given the single-family units now are located along the frontage, so we don't see a negative impact from that positioning. And then finally, as we mentioned, it is consistent with many of the lot sizes and lots in the immediate area, as illustrated here on slide 19 that you're looking at. So in this case, relative to the subdivision, we feel that the positives significantly outweigh the negatives, with the deviation of the geometry of lot area, lot width, and lot frontage from a planning perspective.
Jim, perhaps 2 real quick questions for you. One, this application was filed, well before the current master plan was drafted or adopted. does your testimony ring true or still apply when with your familiarity of the original or the prior master plan as well?
Yeah, I don't see any significant impacts to our project here. with
Thank you.
respect to
And Mr. Lesko has one comment about the staging here. Is your understanding that the applicant does somehow intend to and has figured out a way to kind of do this all together, but ultimately at a time prior to would be looking to for a condition that would allow demolition to be prior to the sale of the home or one of the individual lots. Is that correct? I know there'll be some discussion of that, but ultimately would be looking for the ability to perhaps keep the house as is following perfection, but a condition to have the homes removed entirely prior to any lot being individually sold. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. So if there's any other questions for our planner and or engineer or anyone else on our team, happy to entertain them now.
Any questions for these witnesses from board members before we go to public comment? Seeing none, let's move to public comment. So if you are a member of the public and wish to speak to this application, now is the time to raise your hand virtually, and we will take speakers in the order in which hands are raised and hold you to 3 minutes. So I see 3 hands up so far. 4. So right, now's the time. Good. Keep raising your hands if you're going to want to testify. Let's see. I see Mr. Bunting was brought over and also Mr. Wahlberg. I think we're going to start with Sam Bunting. Is that correct? Was he first, Carrie? Carrie, you're on mute.
That's correct.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
That is
All right.
correct.
Great. So, Mr. Muller, Sam Bunting has his camera on and his microphone on, so you can swear him in now.
If you could raise your right hand.
It's raised.
Could you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Speak, please state your full name and state your last name.
Samuel Bunting, Bunting.
And you had not been previously sworn, correct?
No,
Have you been previously sworn on this application, Sam?
I have not actually.
Okay, great.
Well, basically, it's a new plan. It's a revised plan, so.
Yeah, I'm not going
previous.
to, I'm not going to deny people a chance to speak even if they've spoken before, so.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Bunting.
Well, I'm a homeowner on Dempsey Avenue, which is a few blocks away from the applicant's site. I've been living there for 12 years, and I'm also a family man with young children who are regularly walking and bicycling in the area. I live in a conforming lot as well. And I would just like to say from the outset that I'm extremely enthusiastic about this application. I commend the Iadeli family for bringing this forward. I think that on balance, the application could quite easily be passed just based on the zoning testimony. Because what we are basically looking at here is a subdivision which will create lots which are very much equivalent to other lots which are already in the neighborhood. So there is really no change to the existing character of the neighborhood there. And then there are ADUs on each of the subdivided lots, which is a permitted use. And I also see that the applicant has really gone to quite substantial lengths to take account of previous recommendations, suggestions, and restrictions from the board. And I think that's to be commended. But going beyond that, what I see here is something which is really very attractive because it provides these kind of small homes, which many people would like, because they are likely to be more affordable than other homes which exist in the neighborhood. Our neighborhood has now become $1 million property neighborhood. Even cheap properties here are now going for $1 million. I think back to when I was trying to move into Princeton with my wife, and there was almost nothing for us. We were very lucky to get in here when we did 12 years ago. Right now, we would have no chance. I also think about people like my own mother, who after my father passed, moved into an apartment, but for various reasons, she didn't like the apartment. She wanted a little bit of outside space for herself. And this kind of small home, as is being proposed by the Ayadelis, would be ideal for somebody like that to downsize into after their children have grown. So by providing those opportunities for a broader range of people to get on the property ladder and or to find properties which are suitable for them, this application very much improves our neighborhood. And in terms of negative criteria, I really don't see a great deal of them. I don't anticipate a very large increase in traffic. I don't anticipate any threats to my children who are regularly walking and cycling in the area. I see some very nicely designed new houses, which will be a great home for some future neighbors who I welcome. Thank you to the Ayadelis again.
Thank you, Mr. Bunting.
The next person is Paul Wahlberg, and then an iPhone caller, and then Michael Bell.
Mr. Wahlberg, can you activate your camera, please? Thank you.
And Madam Chair, he'd been previously sworn. I'm not suggesting he should not be given a further opportunity, but I don't think he does not have to be it does not have to be resworn.
Okay, great. Mr. Wahlberg, you remain under oath.
Okay, thank you very much. I too live very close to the applicant. We also have a child in grade school and have lots of friends in the neighborhood. We know Sam well. He's a good guy and he's very opinionated and he supports his opinions and we appreciate that. But there are a lot of people in the neighborhood that have that disagree with some of the things he said. Not all of them, but some of them. Many of us are opposed to this subdivision. The first is that we think it would have been reasonable and more in line with our neighborhood to have had one house with one ADU. We're worried essentially that what you're doing is squeezing 4 houses onto a lot that originally had 1. And we're thinking that you're planning on going farther with that in the future. It's not just this house. Small houses are okay, and we would prefer small houses. And we recognize that large houses are what we might get when we don't want 4 small ones, but we think there's a middle ground. We think right now your average 1/3 acre lot is perfectly fine with 1 house and an ADU, the ADU being much smaller and inexpensive, just as Sam has explained, so that there is a place for everyone. But we don't need to have 4 houses. We don't need to squeeze as many people as we possibly can into Princeton, into our neighborhood, so you can have a city. Okay? We think it's perfectly fair to have 1 house and an ADU. When you squeeze 4 families in, you have 4 times as many cars. People will park on the street. People will be driving on the streets. We had an accident yesterday, 2 streets down, with no additional increase in density. Ewing is a tiny street. If you have any cars parked on it, it's hard to get around. My friend was killed, and if you want names, I'll give you. When I lived in a residential street in the middle of a city, he was 11 years old and he was walking and he walked out between 2 cars parked on the streets and was killed. So to tell me that there's no sense of danger at all is absolutely ridiculous. Fine, your building structures will affect the environment. I'm an environmentalist and I know it happens when you clear cut a lot. I don't know where, based on the pictures they gave us, it shows where you're going to put 22 trees. I'm guessing you're just going to let him pay and say you're going to put them somewhere else. But you know what? At the rate you guys are going, there's going to be no place left in Princeton to put those trees because you're developing everywhere. You've taken all the lots that are, I'm being asked to calm down. I'm very sorry, but what you're doing is wrong. Fourth, providing this variance will encourage future developers to ask for similar variances, and those of you who think otherwise are wrong. Why wouldn't it? Everyone knows that the more houses you build on a lot, the more money you can make, the more money realtors make, the more money goes to town coffers, the more it makes the planners that encouraged it. For a growing Princeton, they get to put on their resume, they created a plan that encouraged Princeton to increase in size by 4 times. This is, of course, outside the scope of what we're talking about here, but we don't really think it is. We think you guys are heavily invested in this because that's potentially where you guys want to go. I do have to admit, it's really neat architecture. What they've put together as a design for 4 houses looks really neat. I commend that. I commend all their efforts to try to do the best they can do, but they're still putting 4 houses in when 2 would have been fine.
Thank you, Mr.
Finally, we did
Wahlberg.
have a petition with 45 members signing asking you not to do this. I'm sorry, Sam, but most of us don't want it, and you didn't let us read it, and that's not fair either. And then finally,
the
by
board-
doing this variance, you are
excuse me,
letting us,
excuse
you
me,
are making us go
excuse
to
me,
every
Mr.
single
Wahlberg.
one of your
Mr.
variants.
Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg, you're out of order
Excuse me.
because Mr. Mueller needs to say something
The
probably
reference to,
about
the
the,
reference to the petition should be ignored.
okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you will ignore it.
No, he says the reference to the
Right, you won't write it down so that
to
your
the
records don't
petition.
show there are
No,
45
it's
people
just not
opposed.
something that the board can legally consider.
Yeah,
a
that
petition.
really works to your advantage, doesn't
Your
it?
other, sir,
That
your-
really
your
works
other
to your
points are
advantage, doesn't
taken
it? You
and
control
we've
3
heard
minutes,
what
you
you have
control
to
the
say.
You're out
to
of order.
express their
Thank
opinions,
you.
You are out
control
of order.
everything.
Carrie, would you mute Mr. Wahlberg, please? Thank you for your comments, Mr. Wahlberg. We are listening. Who's next?
I'm sorry.
Carrie?
That would be the user's iPhone and then Michael Bell.
So the person identified as user's iPhone, you should turn on your iPhone camera and also unmute yourself.
It should appear up here somewhere.
Here we go. We can see you now, except like we're not going to be able to hear you because you're muted.
It's clear.
I'm getting messages that they declined to be promoted at this time.
No, user's
I
iPhone
see
is,
the iPhone, so I see the user's iPhone.
I got it. I'm good.
there you go. Okay.
It takes a while.
Okay, have you been sworn in yet to speak
Yes,
about
well,
this?
last time, yes, I did.
Okay, can you say your name again for the record?
Claire Baxter,
Baxter?
that's right.
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh,
please.
thanks. I live 2 houses away, and my one huge thing is I'm a big person of trees. There are 4 spruce trees in the front, and I go by there like every day and I look at them, and they appear to be in pretty good health. Yes, they're old growths, but they look to be in great shape. They survive every, whatever hurricane storm, they seem to be great. And unfortunately, you put that central driveway in, they're gone. But it's a shame because you can see those trees from far away. They're beautiful. And there's one at the end, the little one is no good. I understand that one, but it's a shame that you have to do something about them. My other thing is when they redid Ewing Street, they did make it a little more narrow, it seemed, because it is a pretty busy street. I'm thankful for a sidewalk. I walk my dogs there all the time, and people still go flying along, up and down the street. My one concern is I think they didn't have like 8 parking spaces. They only have 6, which means probably 2 of the cars will be on the street. And it is a tight street, and people, they still go whizzing down the street. So I'm a little nervous about that because they do that. But those are my 2 big concerns. So I hope you are able to address them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Michael Bell should have been moved over already.
Michael Bell
yes.
is here and unmuted, but Mr. Bell, can
Well,
you activate
minute.
your camera, please?
I did.
There we go.
activate- now
Yes,
it's
you
back
did,
on.
and now, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Okay,
And I believe you've been sworn in before on this, is that correct?
that is correct, yes.
Okay,
Okay. Concerning this proposal for 469 Ewing Street, I reiterate my quotation of board members when approving the new master plan. The plan is not going to open the floodgates to a complete redevelopment of the town or the complete tear down of every building in order to build 4-unit buildings per acre. This proposal is worse. It is 4 units on 0.44 acres. As others have stated, this board is ignoring existing zoning to the detriment of the immediately surrounding community.
While I thank the board members for their concerns over the fate of trees, I feel they should also give equal weight to the impacts of their actions on the people directly affected. With respect to this proposed subdivision to create 2 non-conforming lots, I quote my mother, as I'm sure that board members could also do from their childhood. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Populating each of these new substandard lots with 2 houses is redoubling the injury. If you want an example of how this proposal will affect the streetscape in our neighborhood, after the removal of 17 trees, including those 4 stately Norway spruce defining that section, look at the house and ADU by the same designer at the corner of Levitt Lane and Fisher Avenue. The plans talk of 2-story main dwellings, but without getting into technicalities about what's a story, those are 3-story houses to anyone viewing them from Ewing Street. I will not comment further except to say, de gustibus non est disputandum. I would like to hear these applicants defend the single driveway shared by 4 dwellings. On June the 25th, appearing for the 479 Jefferson proposal, Mr. Kennedy stated that shared driveways do not always make great neighbors. How will good neighborliness be assured in this case when the parking is extremely crowded and deliveries, service vehicles, and visitors are factored in? There is barely room for a small vehicle in the ADU parking space to back and turn to exit forward. I looked at it for a 35-foot turning radius, and it's tight. If the chance of conflict between any 2 neighbors is only 20% in any given period, the probability of conflict amongst 4 separate parties is 74%. As a result, parking on Ewing Street with its narrow 50-foot right-of-way will increase. Traffic on Ewing Street is already frequently disrupted by on-street parking of private cars and service vehicles. Just ask the neighbors and the drivers of the school buses and the garbage and recycling trucks. I would say more, but my time is running low, and so I will defer. But my wife would also like to make some comments, I believe, and she should have an equal opportunity.
Sure, we will certainly extend her 3 minutes. Mr. Bell, could you translate the Latin for those of us who did not take Latin?
The nearest one is, there is no accounting for taste.
Okay, thank you.
I think
so your wife/partner,
yes.
do I recall that her name is
Jane
different?
McCarty. Yes, her name is Jane McCarty, and we are married.
Okay, I mean, and you said that, but so and you have been sworn as well, Ms. McCarty, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, you were last time.
Could you spell your last name again, please, for the record?
The last name is McCarty, M-C, capital C-A-R-T-Y.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. Although many of the objections raised at previous meetings have been addressed, there's still several items of concern with this development. The new lots to be created are below the size required in this zone. The applicant presented information about other lot sizes in the immediate area, but they were very selective in what they included. The neighborhood includes houses on both sides of Ewing Street between Terhune and Kyler. They did not include any houses from the other side of the street. 6 out of 14 of the houses are less than the required 85 feet wide. 2 of these are 75 feet wide, and both are greater than 0.25 acres. On the other side of Ewing, all 6 properties have frontage of more than 83 feet and more than 0.27 acres. So the rationale given by the applicant is not convincing reason for a variance. The lots that are not conforming predated establishment of the zoning rules. We should not be creating more non-conforming lots. Also, the number of cars. The number of cars is listed as being 6, 2 for the main house, 1 for the ADU for each of the lots. And I agree with what my husband said, that it's unrealistic to think that the ADUs only have one car each? And where are the additional cars going to park? On Ewing Street? Ewing Street is narrow, has a 50 feet right of way, does not have space for cars to park and still allow traffic to pass in both directions. The applicants also claim that smaller houses allows them to be priced at or below the median. So what will the selling price of these four houses be? Will they really be at or below the median? That has not come up in the discussions at all. This subdivision sets a precedent for the neighborhood and other places in the community. Others would attempt to do the same thing, especially Lot 14 next door. There are several houses that have larger property sizes and are not small as described by the applicant. So the argument that having two additional small properties because there are already so many in the area is not sound logic. These requests for variances are a way of changing the zoning without doing it formally. It sets precedents with departures from the zoning ordinances. We're concerned about the changes to the neighborhood character. We bought our house 8 years ago because we like the neighborhood. Although it has changed some, which we expected, this subdivision and development to put 4 houses where there had previously been 1 is an adverse change which will increase traffic, parking on Ewing Street, and the density of houses. It will set a precedent which others will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty.
Okay, the next gentleman to speak is Vijay Magnani and then Nick DiDomizio.
Okay.
Hey, hello everyone.
Hello, have you been sworn already? Have you given testimony on this application before?
No, I haven't. This is my first
Okay,
time.
then Mr. Mueller needs to swear you in.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes,
So sworn or affirm, please state your full name and spell your last name.
thank you. So,
Mr. Magnani, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Mueller asked if you would state your full name and spell your last name for the record, please.
absolutely. So my full name is Vijay Magnani. The last name is spelled as Manghnaani.
Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
All right. So I live in 464 Ewing Street, right across the street from 469 Ewing, where this proposal is coming from. And I'm good friends with the Iodoli family. When they were neighbors, definitely had very cordial relationships with them. So I fully support their desire to build something new in that lot. However, I am concerned with the current proposal, which takes a lot where there's a single family house and makes 4 properties there. And I echo the sentiments that were shared by Michael and also some other neighbors in this community. I have 2 kids who are high school, who go to the middle school and the high school here, and they often bike to school. I'm concerned that the high density in this neighborhood will increase the number of cars. I agree. I have seen how constrained the street can be. It's not that broad. And when there is a car parked on one side of the street, it becomes difficult for traffic. There's a lot of traffic that goes through this street as it comes down from the main Ewing Street Road from 206 and beyond. So I am concerned about the traffic part of it. I fully support a single house with an ADU. I think ADU in general is a good idea, but I'm concerned that having 4 houses in the same space where currently there's 1 house increases traffic. It will definitely affect tree canopy in this neighborhood, which is also a concern. One of our neighbors brought that up, but I think for me, the bigger concern is changing the nature of the neighborhood from what's walking friendly, biking friendly for me and my family, and especially my kids, to something that becomes less so. I'm more concerned about the risk that it will put to them.
Thank you, Mr. Magnani. Nick DiDomizio?
Mr. Yes.
Okay, Nick, could you?
And then Dale Mead.
Okay, good. Bring over Dale Mead.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. DiDomizio. I think Mr. Muller needs to swear you in if you have not yet spoken. You haven't yet, have you? Okay, good. Go ahead, Jerry.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I
I
do.
swear to affirm. Please state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Nick DiDomizio, Nick, and last name is D as in David, I, D as in David, O, M as in Mary, I, Z as in zebra, I-O.
Great, go right ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep my comments brief. So I live on Nassau Street. I live in a multi-unit. There's actually 4 units in it, so it's an interesting comparison. I will say first and foremost, I know that cars is always a concern that people bring up when it comes to new housing, but I do want to speak in defense of it that that's a big assumption. In the place where I live currently, not everyone has a car, and I know Ewing is a little bit far away from the downtown, but I still think it's very bikeable. And furthermore, for people living in ADUs, I think they might be more in a restricted budget, or they might find that having a bike is more attractive. So I do want to, take that with a grain of salt when we talk about cars, that not everyone wants a car. I think in the ideal world, people actually like to bike and walk. The other thing is I really like the design of this. I think that it's a really great compromise when you think about what the alternatives could be. A lot of people get concerned about really high dwellings, where you have a lot of multiple units. And then I think in the most recent survey of the town, a lot of people wanted single family homes on a plot. And I think this really gives you a nice option of both, where, you're in a high density dwelling, but you still have your sense of, okay, this is my own yard. And that's the one thing I don't have currently, and I really, really miss. So I think that this is really a great compromise. And we're currently in a housing crisis. So, I just think that we need to do more work now to prepare for that, because it's only going to get worse. And I know that, fitting 4 units on one lot is really not ideal, but from what I've looked at, it really looks like it blends in. It provides lots of green space. And like I said, not everyone is going to have a car. And the last thing I just want to note is I really appreciate this design, because some other homes that I've seen built that are new builds have like a giant garage right in the front. And it's so anti-community building. Like when you have a home like that, you don't have a front porch, you're not waving to your neighbors. It's just like, look at my garage. And this actually encourages it. If not, it mandates it. All the homes are surrounded by this common area. And I just think we need more of that. So that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person to speak is Mr. Mead, Dale Mead, and then Paul Furbis.
Okay. Mr. Mead, you have been sworn before, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Great, thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay. I would like to talk about the appropriate ordinance that governs ADUs in the township. The appropriate ordinance number is T10B 266, Division 3, Section L. Permitted uses including ADU. Let me read from this word for word. Except as set forth herein and in subsection 10B 255C3H above, a detached accessory dwelling unit shall comply with the bulk requirements pertaining to accessory structures for the zoning district in which it is located, except that in no case shall the distance between the detached accessory dwelling unit and the habitable portion of the principal single-family dwelling be less than 5 feet. And now, the foregoing notwithstanding, ADUs may be constructed on any undersized lot in existence as of July 1st, 2020, provided the proposed development complies with all other applicable bulk requirements for the district in which the property is located. So, let me emphasize that point again. ADUs may be constructed on any undersized lot in existence as of July 1st, 2020. And so this was put in place when the ordinance was passed, ADU ordinance was passed in July 1st, 2020. And it is written in a way that allows only those lots that were in existence, undersized lots that were in existence as of July 1st to have an ADU. We are now looking at a situation where we have two lots, 1301, 1302. They were not in existence in July 1st, 2020. And by this reading of the ordinance as written in the code book of Princeton, if you've ever looked at that, it's an interesting exercise. These lots are not allowed. They are not permitted in this particular case, since they were not in existence in July 1st, 2020. On the other hand, the original lot 13, it was in existence, and you can put a house and an ADU on that lot, but not if you subdivide them. So that's my reading of the ordinance. I've asked Justin to provide copies in a memo that I sent him on June 20th for all members of the panel so they could see this, because I think this provides a very clear statement as to what the desires were for the township when they made this ordinance up in July 1st,
Yeah.
2020.
I understand the argument that you're making, and our zoning officer is here tonight and can speak specifically to the issue that you raised. Do we have any other members of the public who have not yet spoken?
Paul Furbis.
Mr. Furbis, okay. And then we have one more after that. It's well after 11 o'clock. We typically, not typically, we make it a rule to the extent we can to stop at 11. I want to finish with public comment tonight for certain. So I want to hear from Mr. Furbis and then Serena Connolly after that. And we will address the question that Mr. Mead raised. And then I'll take the board's temperature on how late folks are willing to go in order to finish up tonight. So Mr. Furbis, have you been sworn already on this?
No.
Okay, so Mr. Muller will swear you in. Go ahead, Jerry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Tell us one or affirm. Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Okay, I'm Paul Furbis, last name F-I-R-B-A-S. And I live on 461 Ewan Street, which is really next door. So I'm good friend of the applicants. And I'm very happy to see that the initial project has developed into something more manageable. And my first and major concern really was, and this is also, I talk about this a lot with my neighbor, because we suffer a lot from the runoff, from the water really that floods our basements. So I'm happy to see that the impervious surfaces have been reduced. I think that makes an enormous difference to my to the impact it will have this project in my property. But I'm a bit concerned about the parking issue and the fact that there will be a lot of cars right next to my house, moving, entering, coming in, coming out. So it's not like having a regular neighbor. I'll have like suddenly 4 neighbors because it's just one driveway. And, certain amount, I don't know how many cars. I'm not assuming that all people will necessarily drive cars, but it will change a little bit the way my everyday life is experienced. I mean, that happens. I understand that things happen in life, but this is also, I guess, a good moment to reflect a little bit on how much further do we want to go. For example, is it a good idea to allow more subdivisions? I mean, how smaller should the plots become in a neighborhood like this? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, but we see a lot of new developments going on next to the shopping center, for example. And I think we would like to, some of us would like to preserve a little bit of the nature, the kind of living structure that we have in neighborhoods like Ewing Street. Well, that's all. Thank you very much. And
Thank you, Mr. Furbis. Thank you.
Good luck to everybody.
Thanks.
Okay,
Serena
I've already
Connolly?
moved over Serena Connolly.
Yep, thank you for that. I think you need to be sworn. Is that correct, Ms. Connolly?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, go ahead, Jerry.
You swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
So sworn or affirm, please state your full name and spell your last name.
Serena Connolly, Connolly.
Thank you.
Members of the Planning Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am opposed to the subdivision of 469 Ewing Street. A recent staff report on this application notes that in land use decisions, considerations including, and I quote, the existing zoning, patterns of development and impact on the neighborhood and adjacent properties, end quote, must come into play. This application is markedly different from patterns of development on the other side of Ewing, which were ignored in the planner's presentation. That's where single homes on larger lots are the norm. And the impact the 4 houses will have on the neighborhood and adjacent properties would be significant in terms of drainage, noise, and traffic. These have been concerns raised in just about every public comment you've heard this evening. The staff report also notes that, quote, those homes individually or in totality should not overwhelm the site or the neighborhood, end quote. These 4 dwellings would certainly overwhelm the site. It's a non-conforming lot after all that's being sought, and they would overwhelm the neighborhood too. Where will the cars go? Will they always be parked in the carports? Will the ADUs always have only 1 car each? I doubt it. Cars will be parked on the street, and you've already heard the concerns from several of the neighbors who are adjacent to this property. And right now I worry about the removal of trees to make way for these homes. Surely we should be adding more trees on Ewing, not removing them. Hot spells, like the one we're in right now, are going to become more common. More homes, more asphalt, and fewer trees are going to make these hot spells feel even worse. So please make a decision here to support the environment and to respect the stated and near unanimous interests of the neighborhood. Please, members of the Planning Board, vote not to approve this subdivision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly.
We have a new person, just raise their hand. It's another iPhone caller.
Okay, bring that person over. If it's the same iPhone, we will not hear again, but I'm assuming it's different.
It's different.
Yep, different. Hi, thanks for activating your camera and unmuting yourself. Have you spoken to this application yet?
I believe I have.
Okay, would you repeat your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Hillary Persky. Last name is spelled P as in Pam, Ersky.
Okay,
I cannot be as articulate as many of my neighbors. I also oppose the subdivision, at least to the degree of 4 properties, although I do see many things I respect about the design. And I'm interested in the, as somebody else mentioned, the asking price for these smaller properties. I'm also concerned about the loss of the trees. I live very close by at 100 Kyler Road. I can see the property from my own. I am also concerned about the increased traffic. I'm also concerned about the precedent that's being set for this degree of subdivision and this number of houses on these single properties. And I'm very interested in the comment that was mentioned before about how the master plan approval wouldn't sort of open the floodgates to this kind of subdivision. I'm interested in hearing from the planning board about that particular question, as this appears to be, oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Persky, I don't think you were sworn in, actually. So I'm going to swear you in right now, and then you can continue. I'm sorry to interrupt you, okay?
Oh, that's quite all right.
Yeah, if you
I
could-
think, oh, yeah, no, go
my
ahead.
notes don't show you as somebody who's sworn in.
That's okay. That's okay.
If you could raise your right hand.
Okay.
You swear or affirm testimony you have given and will give will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
So sworn.
Thank you. Okay.
sorry about the
um,
interruption. We'll let you go a little long if you need to. Go ahead.
Oh, that's quite all right. I don't have very much to add, but I'm very, very interested in hearing from the board about the question that was posed about, the frequency of these subdivisions and setting a precedent for this kind of development. And I think that's all I have to say. And I appreciate how articulate my neighbors have been. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have anyone else with their hands raised.
Last call, any members of the public who wish to speak to the board and have